what it is, what it is not, what it could be, what it once were, what it might, should have been, something. Glarnock, what's going on, baby? How are you? How doth goes the good fight? We're fat and in charge, because, you know, we need to be fat. If not fat, then why? Then what? Then who? Then where? Oh, I didn't even think about that. I should put the Torrid Corruptor on him, although he probably can't proc it, because it's an AoE ability. The Torrid Corruptor is insane. Super shitty. What's wrong, dude? Are you okay? Let's lead off right with what the current meta is for pet weapons. Pack tactics. What's going on? That's not a part of the patch notes. There's nothing about weapons in there. I don't know what you're talking about. Right now, I mean, it really depends. I was actually just parsing Dex's impact on procs a second ago, and it appears that Dex does impact it, and that there is not a procs per minute system attached to procs. Dual wielding does in fact just mean more procs. And I used Soul Leech to test this as a primary weapon proc. And a faster weapon procced 7 more times with 100 additional dex. And then when I slowed it down, it procced like over 10 less times with a two-hander than it did with a 2 one-handers. So it is interesting. I don't even remember. Which one did I do? Have I done 2? Is this about to be a D1 hate? It is about to be a D1 hate. All right, I'm not even level 50. I'm going to try and do this just because I'm curious. I want to try the pet out a little bit. I want to put a good walloping on this pet and see exactly like where the air pet is against the earth pet. A lot of people have been speculating that the air pet might be able to tank better than the earth pet. I did a bunch of precursory tests this morning that suggest that that's not the case. However, we will see. More testing must be done because we must know. If we don't know, how are we supposed to prove the things? All Stacks, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Hopefully you're doing well. Guys, let me know if my mic sounds like it's clipping or anything. Just let me know. I did a bunch, and I do in fact mean a bunch. Whoa, Pack Tactics up in here with a 10 gifted subbies already. Oh, golly. You know what I didn't put on my bar? Shit. I didn't put a slow on here, and we will definitely need a slow. Togers. Let's use Togers. There's science to be done. Nocturne, what's going on? Raina, how are you? Wife, how doth goes? Marin Glace, thank you so much, Pack Tactics. I really do appreciate the subs, man. Really, it means a lot to me. We're going to put Taunt on that little bugger. We're going to see exactly what kind of walloping and beating he puts on these things. So far, I got to be honest with you. I mean, I think the pets are very good. The pet heals suck. If you're not playing a Beast Lord, just take those pet heals and throw them in the garbage. I'm not even entirely convinced the Beast Lord pet is all that great. It does cure them. Like, it cures the target of all the possible yuckies that they might have. But I don't know if it's, like, that good. It's pretty crazy. Pet Mend is awesome. Oh, you mean the AA? Yeah. I bet. I still haven't bought a lot of those things. I've purposely kind of avoided some of that stuff because it gets in the way of my parse. Trying to parse anything with Mage is awful because of the crits that you get. Okay, so far, no complaints. Doing really well. He's using an Earth Shaker. He's got a nice little Soul Leech in there. And we're just kind of testing him out. We're just kind of seeing what kind of flavor he's got, what he's throwing out, what he's putting down. And, yeah, we'll see exactly what it is or what he's got going on. Hopefully good things, not all bad things. Okay, interesting. Am I swinging? I am not swinging. Okay, I am swinging. Okay, this is a mini, so maybe we don't count this as a boss. Is that where we're standing with this? This guy isn't a real boss. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page, because I know we had some people say that you can't have your pet tank certain bosses, which I believe is true of the big bosses like the dragons and stuff. However, some of these minis do appear to be able to be tanked by other things. He's a boss in his heart. Earthshaker is still my go-to. For what I'm testing, yes. Are there better weapons? Yes. If you want the absolute best possible weapon, if your pet can wear them, the Paladin one-hand sword alongside the Monk Fist is the best possible weapons that you can get in the game. Now, when they fixed the shield issue, they did not fix the Earthshaker issue. So you still can use an Earthshaker, and you still can get the damage without using the delay. Big Brew, have you messed with Beast Warder yet since the patch? I have. As soon as I got online, I started testing things. I saw your video about pets a few days ago. As an about-to-be level 50 Shaman Necro Ranger, should I be running the Shaman or Necro pet with two-hander? So, Alstex, when you hit 50, you're going to want to dual wield, and you're going to want to run the Necro pet. And you're going to want to run that Necro pet, and you're going to cast Puma on your Necro pet with two one-handers. Doesn't matter what the two one-handers are, but make sure there's procs in them. That's all you got to do. It literally doesn't matter what two one-handers you have, as long as you have procs in them. The only weapons that you can put in the game that are like obscenely good that actually will see the damage and ratio used for one-handers are things that can exceed 1.11 ratio. That's all. Those are the only weapons that your pet will actually see any type of delay change from. Dean, what's going on, man? How are you? They won't let pets tank. Always enjoyed that playstyle. Yeah, I wish I knew, like, I can stand back here, but then I can't melee, right? So I can stand back here and I can like throw odium at him, and I can throw lava bolts at him, I guess. Pew pew. But I can't tank. What's going on, Ogre Castile? How are you? Brew. Doing good? Yeah, man, things are going okay. We had today is my wife's third day of radiation. We were supposed to stream yesterday. I don't know. It's been a weird week. We had a really awkward Monday for like some of the most bizarre reasons ever. And pop. Nice. And he didn't drop shit. Okay, cool. No. Just checking. I just happened to notice that you didn't drop anything for me. No big deal. It's just a raid instance. It's not like you needed to drop anything, It's not that serious. If I run a Necro Shaman, should I use SK or Warrior? So SK is the meta for that build, Dabin. However, there's nothing wrong with taking Warrior. If you prefer Warrior and you want to play Warrior, then you're not like gimping yourself so bad. That was awesome. We still got both. You're not gimping yourself so bad that like there's like a problem with it. I like Monk with the Shaman Necro. Yeah, that's not a bad combo either. I'm gonna be like, I know this isn't like a tip or a super secret, advisory or anything like that. But I really think that it is vitally important that when people play these types of games, especially games like this, which come and go and they change the way that things operate so quickly, you're really going to want to be tied into a primary class that's something that you enjoy. You're not going to want to chase the meta with this. The rate that they are like fundamentally changing the way that certain classes behave, and whether it's intentional or not, it is causing a lot of stir amongst like people's investment. This is not only is this not an emulator, but it's also not like you're paying to play this product, and you basically put a bunch of time into it. It's not very forgiving if you pick something that wasn't something that you wanted to do. So what I mean by that is when you lock in your primary, you can either pay them for another primary token, level to 50 and get your secondary primary token, or you can farm Sky forever and pray that you get the class that you wanted. So there's a lot of different things that kind of step in the way there, and you know, it is what it is. But if I run, I like monk. Do pets have a monk subtype and affiliated skill cap increase effects? So Milo, that is the story on the street, and when I tested it earlier, that was not. It did not appear to be true. The warrior blocked more frequently and didn't have a shield. The warrior blocked more frequently than... Oop, we don't need to double slow him. Was able to block more frequently than the monk. So the air pet, which we are using right now, basically is not blocking more frequently than the warrior pet. Brutal Static found out today that upping Divine Might Paladin spell that increases the proc damage. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't surprise me at all. That's the same thing as Vampiric Embrace, right? And we know Vampiric Embrace does that. So do you think DDD is going to get whacked? Probably. I mean, I can't see it not getting whacked. I don't see a world where they fixed enchanters and they don't fix bards, right? I don't know. You guys tell me. You can delete and start over. Yes, you can. Damon, go warrior. The SK overlaps with necro. Arashem, that is actually not true. The Shadow Knight and the Necromancer actually don't have that much overlap, and in fact have a lot of synergy because they've created a bunch of interesting AA on Legends in an effort to try and make them feel different. And as a result, they have a lot of different things, like the way... looks unaffected. Oh, he's 56. What about you? You're 54. You'll pacify. So they added a bunch of things into the game, which make it so that the Shadow Knight and the Necromancer actually squeeze together quite well. Matter of fact, actually, I would even say that there might be two of the best next to Shaman. I wasn't happy with my primary class by level 30, so I just started over on a different server. Yeah, Quincy Adams, straight up, man. That's, I mean, if that's what you want to do, I absolutely think that that's what you should do. I prefer using Empower Invocation when I have Puma on, so it does more damage. So the Shaman or Necro Pet, whichever it is, doesn't matter. Nope, it absolutely matters. So the Shaman Pet is actually not very good at meleeing. This is going to come as completely counterintuitive. However, the Beast Lord variant of pets is really, really terrible at meleeing. Why is it really terrible at meleeing? Well, children, it's really terrible at meleeing because it spends half of its fricking time casting Drowsy. And it's a really long casting spell. And so it sits there and casts Drowsy. And then it wears out. And then it casts Drowsy again. And then it wears out. And then it casts Drowsy again. And then it wears out. And then it casts Drowsy again. You see where I'm going with this, right? We're on the same page. We all know. And so, yeah, the cool thing about the Necro Pet is that most of its spells are either fast casting or longer duration, and so it doesn't bother to spam those spells constantly until it runs out of mana, and then will spam those spells the second it gets enough mana to continue spamming them. Procs feel broken, hitbox or something weird still going on. I don't think they fixed all of them. I think they only fixed Vampiric Embrace. I don't think they went through and like wiped all of them. I think they literally only went and did that one. Pause. Been thinking of replacing Necro with Wizard or Mage in my trio for heavier nukes instead of the life tap on Spellblade. So if you're using Spellblade, if you're talking about meta or you're talking about wanting to be really busted or really good, and you're using Spellblade, that's not it. Spellblade is actually really terrible. The procs per minute on Spellblade is... You would be better off doing Inversion and just spamming the spell. you would do more DPS than being in Spellblade. You would do more DPS being in Empower, Arcane Mastery. Hell, you'd probably do more DPS being in Divine. And that's sad. It's just not good. It's just not good. And I don't mean that. I'm not trying to be like a dink and say that like, oh my God, it's so terrible. It's the worst. It's just, it doesn't, the amount of times that it triggers is just unreliable and not very good. What about weapon skill increases for monk pets, giving them one-hand blunt? So Milo, there's literally no difference. I don't know who out there was like the skills on pets for the monk pet are different than the warrior pet. They are not. There is no difference whether you're using one hand, whether you're using hand to hand, whether you're using two-hand slash, one-hand blunt, two-hand blunt. There is no difference in long-form parses in the damage or accuracy that occurs. They are also not hitting harder. They are not hitting for more average damage. It just simply is not real. I don't know where that information came from, but it doesn't behave that way. I've literally been testing that and several other things with specifically this air pet all freaking morning. Because there's people out there that are like, no, man, you don't know, like the air pet, it's the best one, man. It's the best one. And I'm like, okay, where's the build guide or where's the information that supports your argument or what you're trying to say? And I go out there and I tried to hunt it down and there's nothing anywhere. And so, you know, people are like, oh, well, you know, there's this guy and this person said this thing. And it's like, oh, okay. But we don't have any evidence to support this. So I started parsing it this morning. I started with the tanking. People were saying that they get the AC bonus for the weight. Well, they may get a little AC bonus, but it's nowhere near in comparison to just wearing plate. Like the bonus that you get is significantly less than if you just wear plate armor. So there's really no reason to just not wear plate armor. As far as like blocking, a lot of people were saying that blocking, well, guess what? I tested the earth pet against the air pet without shields, and the earth pet blocked over double the amount of times as the air pet. That is not true. That is also not true. Proc rate is you actually do proc more the faster you swing. So it's not necessarily directly related to one-hander or two-hander. However, you do proc more the faster you swing. It is not a PPM or proc per minute system that the server is using. Let's see here. Here conflict reports on whether or not two one-handers or a two-hander is better if you're playing a shaman with Puma. Can you share your thoughts? Okay, so here's the problem with that discussion. It's too simplified. Okay, so the problem becomes, all right, you see me using a two-hander right now? You guys see me using this two-hander? The problem is not that this two-hander is more damage or less damage, okay? There is a greater formula at work with people utilizing the two-handers and Puma, okay? And here's what it is. You see how you can see my little bar right here? You see how you can see this little bar showing when I attack? Well, guess what? My dots wore off. So here we go. We're about to swing. Right there. Boom, swings. Now I cast. Now I'm going to swing. Now I'm going to cast. Swing goes out. Now I'm going to cast. Swing goes out. Now I'm going to cast again. And that's why. It has nothing to do with the two-hander isn't functionally doing more damage than dual wield. The two-hander isn't functionally producing more or equal to the amount of procs as the individuals are. The difference is that the two-hander is allowing you to thread attacks and spells while also doing other things, which is one of the reasons that the pet actually does matter. Because if you're using the Necromancer pet, then the Necromancer pet is actually attacking, blending things up while you're casting spells and doing things. The Necromancer pet is actually proccing Puma constantly while you're again. Ready? We're going to do again. Boop, cast a spell. Swing my weapon. This is also one of the reasons I found there's a druid heal that a lot of people are using that is much lower than the base heal. And the reason that people are using that lower druid heal is because it's so fast casting. You can actually cast it twice between a two-hander swing, which is cool. All right, back up here. Let's see. Spirit of Puma proc rake seems very reliable in my time using it. Yeah, but it's not proc per minute. Also, Spirit of the Puma is not Spellblade, which is what we're talking about. Hey, Broken, watch your videos a lot during THJ, new EQL. I googled list of revamped dungeons, and oddly, nothing came up. Is there a best start city for revamp progression? They've done a good job at spreading the revamps out all over the place. If you want to visit the most amount of revamps from one location, probably Freeport, Neriak, or the new Sebelis, the Ixar town, is probably the best places you can start. Reason being that you have access to, there's a new dungeon area that's in the new Sebelis expedition area. There is also access to the new revamp of Befallen, and there's also a new area in Najena as well that's been revamped. Dungeon revamp guide. Cool. Great question. That was a great question. Let's see here. The only spells I used felt good on Spellblade were Druid Hots back and overwriting, so you save mana. Yay. Sorry if I missed it, but did you say that you can no longer wear a shield? That's correct. You can no longer wear a shield. Your pet will still shield bash. You don't need a shield in order to shield bash. But your pet, you can't use the shield and the two-hander anymore. That's not a thing. That's the thing that they fixed. Thanks, man. I was just curious. Hadn't heard anything about it, but you rock for knowing the answer. Yeah. I've literally been, like, guys, since they patched this is, like, literally all I've been doing. I haven't been able to play, really. I have literally just been nonstop, like, trying to test different things out, experimenting with different pet builds and things. Immediately, as soon as it came out, there was, like, tons and tons of speculation as far as, like, oh, this works, and oh man, this new busted thing is happening, and that busted thing is happening, and it's like, okay, cool, let's see what if this stuff is actually working. And so I've been testing that stuff so that I can make sure that when my video drops about pets, I can include any of that information on how things are behaving, because it's a little misleading. Speaking of dots, malaria is bugged. I know, dude. I know the malaria dot. So they give them roughly an 8 to 10% boost on their pet damage, and then they screw up their dots. And it's not just Beast Lord. It's actually any of the like near instant cast spells. They're doing a weird check behind the scenes, and it's just breaking. Earth Pet is such a beast. So I'm very curious on your air. Yeah, I haven't seen anything to support that the air pet is any better. It doesn't tank better than the earth pet. It doesn't do more damage than the earth pet. I haven't seen anything on the air pet that makes me think that it's somehow going to like magically just click into space and happen to be super busted. Yeah, so the beast pet is doing like 8 to 10% additional damage. Gear stats on pet didn't really do much. Did they fix that? No, they didn't fix that. What I can tell you is that there are soft caps that are happening behind this that you're not seeing in this window. And the pets themselves, like stacking AC, there's nothing wrong with it. Stacking attack, there's nothing wrong with it. You do see the average hit go up and down a little bit. It does something. However, the amount that it does for the amount of investment you have to make is negligible. And so I would do basically what I'm doing is I'm just taking the warrior gear and I'm throwing the warrior gear in there. I definitely could be min-maxing this a lot better. Another thing you could do is if you're running that Puma build and you're running like a proc, necro pet, throw as much dex in here as possible. I did see in my tests, I did see that dex increased the amount that the pet actually procced, and I did see that the total amount of dex, I was increasing it by 100 up and down, and like it wasn't like monstrous, but basically over over a 6-minute parse, there was about 7 more procs for every 100 decks, which doesn't seem like a lot, but can be a lot depending on what you have and what weapons you're using. I was specifically testing it with Soul Leech, the proc, not necessarily the weapon, and we were kind of trying to see, where the break line is. And then one of the reasons that we increase at 100 is because we want to kind of like squeeze it down as time goes on. Like, how many extra procs are we getting per 50 decks? How many extra procs are we getting per 25 decks? And then we can see if there's like little break points, and like maybe 225 is where we want to be at for pet procs. So it's just one of those things to keep track of and be aware of. They did boost Beastlord. Yeah. What server? I'm on the Neriak server. You can see up there. Just killed my first NED 0D1. Would like to do CT as SK Bard Shaman. Is a tactic the same? Slow heal. Yeah, basically. Amanda, it's not. He's a little more difficult than any, but he's not that bad. He's pretty easy. How's the Necropet DPS? 1-hand, 2-hander if I'm running Shaman for Spirit of the Puma too. Yeah, you just, if you're running a Necropet and you're running Puma, just use 2 1-handers. And it doesn't matter which 2 1-handers you use. The only 1-hander that you can use as a warrior, let's see, you got warrior, you got, okay. So if you want to go crazy, there's a spear that shamans have access to from Sky. It's called Garduk. You could get that spear, put that in your main hand, and then get the Barbarian Spiritus Hammer and put the Barbarian Spiritus Hammer proc in Garduk, allowing you to, it's a one-handed spear, okay? It's not, your pet's not even going to pick up the weapon. It's only going to use the proc, but by being able to put the Shaman Exaltation into that spear will provide you with a spell that has a huge proc boost in it. Very, very good. Very, very good. So yes, the Heretic Swords are interesting. I don't know is that I would put a lot of energy into those because I worry that those might get adjusted because they might have like an unintended consequence. We'll see what happens, but I do worry a little bit to see like how that's going to behave. Now this one I'm gonna kill him with the air pet actually tanking and see what we can do. Like see how this plays out. We've got him slowed. Oop, that is actually not what I wanted to cast. Air pet is a good boy. We'll see. We'll see how good of a boy he is. So far, he's only been a disappointment. He's like the kid you never wanted. What Heretic Sword? There's a Paineel Heretic Sword that has 1 damage, 30 delay. And it's not all, but it's nearly all. And you can put it on your pet to basically slot exaltations. I just don't know if it's worth it to level that up to 4 for some people. Hi, mate. I want to understand something about mage every level. Oh, shit. Hey. No, the pet is tanking. I'm not tanking. You, there you go. Nope. No, sir. The pet is over there. You go bother with him. Yeah, there you go. I'm going to need some casting subtlety. I mean, he's getting freaking raffle stomped, which is pretty great. But I'm going to guess that he's going to stop letting the pet tank because Odium does too much damage. Let's see here. Every level during the leveling phase, 10 to 50, I change my pet. Every level up, I get a new summon spell. Is that the right way? Thoughts? So it's sort of the right way if you want to. The like best meta way to do it would be to include, he's actually doing okay. The best meta way to do it would be to pick a pet, typically water or air, not even air, water or earth, and just level up only using those pets. Reason being, and don't level the spells themselves. That's a waste. Just those pets are tankier or DPS wise. If you're not lazy and you're going to turn the rear of the mob into your pet, this is actually, he's also life tapping from really far away. If you're not lazy and you're willing to turn the mob so that the back is facing your water pet, then use the water pet. If you're looking for something that's going to tank for you, the earth pet is just better leveling. It's just got more health. And And the focus items while you're leveling aren't terrible. They're not great. They're not going to provide you with some like massive difference in the way it tanks. Most of them only grant hit points as you go up, and it's not even like a substantial amount of hit points. The stabs are a little different, and like I need you guys to hear me. The focus items are so blatantly terrible. They are so broken as far as like what they do and how they perform. Like they do something differently. Okay. They do something differently I'm about to throw a bunch of metrics out at you. So based on your level, based on the pet spell you're casting, based on the rank of the pet spell you're casting, based on the level of the pet from the rank of the spell you're casting, all of those things play into how a focus item works. And they're shit. It's just you like there's no good answer, there's no good way of like managing that. It's really, really bad. So hopefully that helps you. I know it's a little all over the place. A bunch of procs pets can't use. Jarek, you want me to identify them for you? Any AoE spell. Let's see here. Is it possible weapon ornamentation taken out, put one-hand blunt appearance onto the monk fist weapon, or does that not work? You can ornamentate any weapon to be what look like whatever other weapon. Yeah, that's what I'm using on my main guy. I'll give Blood Moon to start with another one. Yeah, Blood Moon actually is one of the weapons that exceeds the proc. Palburst Beast, weapon or weapons should I be using? I have Earthshaker on mine at the moment. After testing showing a max out pet ignored weapon speed. Has that changed since patch? It's so in my video, I didn't explain the mechanism in which it happens to be why your pet ignores delay. And so we can get into that a little bit here real quick. And the main piece to that is the reason that your pet is ignoring the delay is because there's a formula that is happening behind the scenes. And the step one of that formula checks to see if your pet is wielding a weapon that exceeds its own ratio. For a warder, the max level warder at +10, rank +10, is going to check against 1.11 ratio. If the weapon exceeds that amount, it uses the weapon's damage and the weapon's delay. If it does not, it does a second check, and it asks, does the weapon's damage exceed the pet's base damage? For a warder, that's 31 damage. So if the base damage on the weapon exceeds 31, then it will take the damage from the weapon, but not the delay. And the problem is they created logic for the game, for this game, EQL, to basically choose which weapon from its inventory it's going to pick. And when they did that, when they created that logic, they basically made it so that your pet is essentially deciding, oh, wait, this one's better. But no, but then when it realizes this one isn't better, when I mean like this one, like it picks a weapon, it says, okay, this isn't better. So the old style of how a pet works, it then goes through and it uses the old style, which adopts the damage and not the delay. And that's why you're seeing the Earthshakers be so good. You also want to be really careful about not leveling your Earthshaker all the way up, because if you do, then the Earthshaker starts to break that cap for some of the pets. And if the Earthshaker breaks the cap, then it sees the delay, and all of a sudden you're seeing your Earthshaker swing real slow. Hopefully that makes sense. Can you equip a weapon that requires Shaman on a pet that is Warrior Shadow Knight? You can equip a weapon that is a Shaman-only weapon on a Warrior Shadow Knight in the situation where you yourself are a Shaman. Hopefully that makes sense. Holy cow, guys, you guys are getting me today. I can't even like slightly go through this. Yeah, him having 7.6k hit points instead of 6.6 is a huge difference. Warrior Heroic Leap with Water Pet is really good for setting up backstabs. Oh yeah, I bet. Is Leech Touch or Soul Abrasion more important to get first? Or is Critical Affliction better to get above those? I personally like Soul Abrasion, especially since they fixed... since they fixed Vampiric Embrace, there was a problem with the range that you were from the mob, preventing Vampiric Embrace from going off. Since they've fixed it, it is amazing. It goes off so frequently that I had to turn off my audio trigger because it was just going off nonstop. And so, in my opinion, Soul Abrasion, which boosts specifically your life taps, is the direction that you're going to want to go first for Shadow Knight. Ears, what's going on, baby? Hopefully you're doing well. Is a decent plan to follow... Wait, is a decent plan... Was going to go Paladin, primary, Enchanter, and cycle third class until all are 50. Can keep same gear with Paladin as primary. Yeah, that's a great idea. Kevin Smith, that's a great idea. Also, hi, Kevin Smith. I really like all of your hockey and used equipment stores. They're pretty exciting. Sleeping on Kedge, getting 46 in no time. Yeah, man, I've literally been screaming Kedge at the top of my lungs for as long as I possibly can, and everybody's like, "No, I don't want to go to Kedge. Kedge is bad. I don't like Kedge. Swimming with fishies, it's stinky. There's fish scales and other weird things." And yeah, I don't know. People don't like Kedge, but it is genuinely the best XP to 46 that you can get. It is stinky. Fair. You think that will get nerfed? I.e., is it worth to spend raid motes? No, I would not. I would not be spending motes on Earthshaker to get it up. Giggity. If you really want some good weapons to put on your pet that will be good long term, you can do the Torrid Corruptors are really good two-hander to use that boosts stats. If you don't want to use the Torrid Corruptor, you have access to some other fun weapons out there. Dagus is a relatively decent weapon. There are weapons out there that your pet will use. And if you're not going to use weapons that your pet can equip, well, let me show you the flip side of that. What you can do is you can just go through and you can grab like some random sword like this. This ratio is so terrible and the damage is not anywhere near where it needs to be. So this is just a placeholder weapon. All it's going to do is hold the ornamentation in it, and or not the ornamentation, I'm sorry. It's going to hold the exaltation in it, and you're just going to put an exaltation into the weapon so that it can proc. And that's where you're going to win, is you're going to be using those procs to get you where you want to go, which is one of the reasons I was actually, I think I have the two weapons that I was talking about. So this is the Barbarian Spiritus Hammer, okay? And then there's Garduk. Okay, so here's your two weapons. This is your Sky weapon, right? This is the one that you're going to want to actually put on your pet. It does not have a base damage above yet. Wink, wink. Know what I mean? Doesn't have a base damage yet, but if you keep leveling this up, it sure will. And its delay is 40, but it won't even see the delay. But oh wait, hold on, there's more. So you can break this up to +4. You can take the Tagger's Insects out of it. You can put Barbarian Spiritus Hammer's proc in here, which has a bonus proc rate of 46%. 64%, not 46. 64%. I don't know. I just read that like a straight up frickin'. I was just all up in there reading backwards. You'll have to ignore that entirely. But the Winter's Roar is a 246 damage proc. It has a 64% proc rate or increased proc rate. So you put this on your pet and you just let your pet mow things down between this and Puma. And again, you're going to want that Necro Pet because the Necro Pet doesn't sit there and spam Drowsy. If VE is a tap, should be new Blood Moon prac affected? In my brief usage of it, I did not see an increase. I'm not even going to pretend to know because I don't have the new Blood Moon thing. And it seems like it's working for some things and not for others. It doesn't stack with improved damage. I haven't tested any of it myself, so I don't really feel comfortable speaking to what it could or could not do. What was the sign bringing you here? How did I get gifted? Darius, because reasons. If I need to get Broken's YouTube videos and subscribe. Ooh, baby. I'm working on Cudgel of Fools to get there for it, but currently Esprit with Drones of Doom and Dagus. So, here's the problem with that. The Cudgel of Fools is not going to be a very good item to put on your pet because it is going to see that delay. The reason it's going to see that delay is because it's going to hit that 1.11 ratio very, very quickly. But I was away for a few days. Sorry if you've been asked this 299 times. How's the beast pet? It's very good, Squid. It's, you know, it got like 8 to 10% increased damage. It's missing a little bit more than it was before, but it's not terrible. The problem is that they broke some of the Beast Lord spells, specifically the like instant cast spells. And that feels kind of bad. I'm hoping that gets fixed sooner than later, but why does Earth Pet have 3k more hit points than the other ones? Kyle Bradley, because the Earth Pet is designed to be a tank. It is supposed to be a tank. It is built to be the tank pet. What happens when the one-hander weapons exceed 1.0 ratio, but the others doesn't? Does the offhand use its base damage? Because not many offhands besides Monk will exceed that number. Acid Burn, that's exactly, yes. Yes, that is exactly it. The offhand does not acknowledge. If the number of the primary or the number of the secondary does not exceed 1.11, then you will not see that weapon's damage or delay realized. Your pet can equip gear of any class you are. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Fixed in 2 weeks. Maybe. We don't know. Do you read YouTube or Twitch comments or both? I read both. I read all the things. DG Prendeville. I have an application that shows me all the... I'm on Kick, I'm on Twitch, I'm on YouTube, and I see all the stuff. It all rolls through on one feed for me. Mordican, what's up? Do you have the air staff to test? No, I don't need the air staff to test. In fact, you're like, I feel so spicy right now. I would delete these because I'm going to be frank with you. Those staves are a bigger trap than anything right now. Those staves are not worth the pixels they're printed on. There is no possible way for me to write a guide that is less than like 4 hours long and explains the square root of taco sandwich without like accurately representing what those stabs do. And there's not a world alive where anybody wants to watch that. They are so bad. Like there are circumstances in which they are good. There are circumstances in which they are god-awful terrible and they will absolutely ruin your pet. And it's not like, it's very, very complicated because it's dependent upon your level. It's dependent upon the level of your spell. It's dependent upon the rank of your spell. It's dependent upon the pet's level compared to your level. There's just a lot of moving targets in there. It's really, really not good. Kentucky Fried Chicken. What platform pays you most per viewer? So Twitch actually doesn't pay me much at all per viewer. Kick pays me the most per viewer. You know, hang out wherever you feel comfortable though. Don't feel like you have to like move around and do things, do weird things. Let's see here. Hit him with. Is he just? Oh man, look at him. He's beating the crap. He just frickin' mana detonated my pet. No, pet. Oh, I'm tanking now. I'm the captain now. And we'll just give him that, and then we'll go back on you. I don't think we haven't been landing the poison. No poison. Boo! We'll wait for Odium. Oh, we actually have the disease. Let's see here. Blah, blah, blah. Shaman, Necro, XXX, I think, do wield on the pet with Spiritualist Hammer and Wakazachi of Frozen Skies Exaltation. Loading Puma is the way to go. That is a very good way of doing things. I agree. Air Staff gives air pets 1.3k hit points. Does it give it 1.3k hit points at every level and every stage? What if my pet is leveled beyond the cap? Because I can tell you the Earth pet loses health and gains attack. Oh yeah, no, my spells are past +8. I do not have the benefit, like I'm testing everything, so I don't have the benefit of stopping at like the best possible window to do things. But I can tell you the Earth pet, if you level it up and you do the Earth staff for the Earth pet, you will unequivocally you will make yourself worse. It sucks real bad. So how many A's to max everything, you think? I don't know. I'm not paying attention, guys. All right, I can't read comments again for a second. I might even die. Oh, he lost slow. That was the problem. Recover. No, mage pets do not gain anything beyond +8. But if I'm making a video about it where I have to, everybody's going to ask that question, I have to be able to answer it. Yeah, I'm going to die. Here, I'll just sit down. Yeah, if I'm going to answer questions about that, I'm going to have to be able to like say that I saw it. I know what it does because I do it, because everybody, every time I go and I visit, the Discord, everybody always wants to fight about everything. So you have to be able to be like, here's the screenshot. I know that it works this way because I did it. And I'm going to give you guys an example. See, this is the Earth staff right here. Okay. This is the Earth pet. Okay. This is the Earth pet, 8,612. Notice he has 553 attack. Okay. See? See? It's literally different at every phase. Like every way, every little variable changes the stats in some way. It's either like the hit points can go up, the hit points can go down, the attack can go up, the attack can go down, the AC can go up, the AC can go down, and it bases it upon your level, the pet's level, the pet you're casting, like the spell you're casting, the variance between where you are and where the pet is being pushed to. So like if your pet is over leveled, it'll push your pet down, and your pet actually loses more hit points than it gains. At 50 with +7 cell does nothing I can tell. I guess that's the same as the mage pet items. Yeah, I mean it's all messy as hell. It's all messy as hell. It's one of the reasons that I'm not trying to dive into it too deeply, because it's just like I could write a like 3-month dissertation on the amount of differences and changes that exist within there. It's super, like, it's unbelievably dumb. I've been logging all of the changes that I've seen, and I have like a Google Doc that has like all of the different stuff. And eventually I'm going to put a bug report to them and basically be like, but what? What is happening? I don't even know what's going on, man. I don't even know where I am. Okay. Something's happening here. People, stuff, things, up, down. Something's happening. But it's bad. It's really bad. Let's see here. What am I missing? Strength 3. Rage. And then I need statistics. Resist. Elemental, and then regen, phantom, and I'm missing something else. What am I missing? What am I missing? Combat any? Oh, I've been using boon. Naughty. Naughty, naughty, naughty. I'm totally missing something else. What am I missing? Regen, stat. I have strength. I have that. Definitely missing one of my buffs. Oh, I know what it is. Arch shielding. So the tier 8 pet isn't better? Well, no. Okay, all right, hold on. Before we start, this is one of the reasons I don't want to talk about this, because people are going to instantly grab, like, a portion of the sentence and assume something. Okay. Specifically, the tier of the pet has nothing to do with it, okay? So the tier of it doesn't do anything is not the tier doesn't do anything, okay? The way it works is if your pet would be pushed past your level or at your level, it pushes the pet down to one level below you, okay? And so if you level up your pet, in the case of mage pets, to 8, then that is the highest point where it can continue to level if you are level 50. Okay? It's not about it doesn't do anything. It's about the fact that it will not push the pet beyond one level under your level. Okay? That's the mechanism. That's how that works. That's why it's not worth doing. Damage. Okay. So let's see here. No, I'm not even, we're not even talking about charmed pets. Not even going to get into that one, because the charmed pet stuff is like, it's not, they're not pets. Like, charmed pets are not pets. Blackfur, thank you so much for the resub. So when you charm something, it is a pet in the way that people think, like, oh, you have a pet and you get a pet bar and you get to do all these things. But functionally, it is completely different than a pet. Like, it has its own systems, it has its own buffs, the duration, the resist mechanism. There's so many different things, which I'm gonna do a video for. I'm just not there yet. Like, the amount of mud and weeds and muck that is involved in pets has taken me substantially long time in order to research and figure out, like, where things work and where things don't work. And unfortunately, what I've discovered is more problems and more things that add variance and variation from the way that, like, live servers typically would run pets. And so, like, I'm not gonna jump into that one. Okay, what do I need here? We've got all our buffs now. We're not gonna need any of that stuff. I could put Boon on the bar, although it's not gonna be up 2 minutes. Yeah, it's not gonna be up by the time. All right. So we will drink one of these. Broken pet still broken since patch. Sort of. Does overchannel affect anything? It affects landing spells on stuff, and it affects your charm. Just catching up on stream. You were talking about Spellblade, how bad it is. What do you think would fix it? How many procs per min to make it worth it? Allow longer delay in such spells as Rains? No. I don't think adding Rains is going to be a very good thing for Spellblade. It would need to proc more in general, and they would need to simplify the system in which increases procs. I think that it's okay to add incentive for people to chase after a particular stat in order to get there, but that needs to be more involved in the process. Like, if you're going to chase Dex, right? Because Dex procs. So if you're going to chase after Dex, then that Dex needs to have, like, a meaningful impact. They've said, like, mana is supposed to affect it. The difference between the cost of the spell and your total mana pool is supposed to affect it. The level of the spell is supposed to affect it. None of those things actually work. I think they made it way too complicated on themselves, and I think they broke the whole thing, or it was overperforming and they just decided it shouldn't perform that fast anymore. Someone hates pets? No, don't hate pets. They should have broken down, made 3 pet builds a thing. No, I don't think so. I think if they made 3 pets a thing, it would be substantially worse than it already is. If they were to make 3 pets a thing, it would be so much unbelievably worse than we see right now. And other things that they put in the game would not be in the game. Like things that people really like and enjoy would just not be in the game. Let's see. Does he have... He has... Do quivers increase bow haste? Not anymore. Not until they fix them. Beast Enchanter, Shaman, SK, LOL. They can go to 10 and benefit. Right. Yep. Oh my god, dude. The Enchanter bashing at the same speed it auto attacks is nuts. I want to test that. There's some crazy things that I think the Enchanter animation can do. Like I said, Air Pet seems to be the only one whose staff is working correctly. HP goes up, attack goes up, AC goes up at rank 8 Pet. Huh. For Boon, I noticed Quick Buff will cast it. Yeah, but my Boon is down, and it only casts it on me. It doesn't cast it on my pet, and my pet is what I want it to be on. So I can do this. Oh, wait, I forgot. Freaking Venomous Snake doesn't do anything. I hate everything. All right. Boom. Oh, he resisted my Scourge, too? Wait, are we only killing him with Odium? Fuck. All right. That's going to be interesting. This will be... Oh, you rooted me, you bastard. All right. You know what? No, you're not. I'm not letting you get away with it. I'm not letting you get away with it. You're not gonna. You're not gonna. You're not gonna. Switch to overchannel. You're not gonna get away with it. He's eventually gonna summon me. He's eventually gonna summon me. He's gonna be like, oh, no, he's gonna stun me because he's a jerk. Oh, I see you over there casting heal spells on things. That's not approved. We didn't approve that. We didn't give you proper written approval. Ooh, my pet is over there casting greater healing on himself. What a boss. Oh, wow, wait. Whoa, wait. Oh, no, am I slow? Slow. Shiftless Togers. No, still? Wow, okay. All right, I sat down. He didn't seem to care. Pray for me, Jesus. Oh, you stunned me, you dick. He knew it was coming. He knew it was coming. Come on. Come on, unstun me. Unstun me. There you go. Suck it, Trebek. That's not what your mother said last night. Divine. Come on. Time for Mana Detonation. I'll take it. Go ahead. Hit me with Mana Detonation. Just don't hit my pet. My pet's a good boy. He's a good boy. He never did anything wrong. There we go. And then we can Odium you. I said then we can Odium. All right. And I do not have Slug. Oh, there's the Mana Detonation. You asked and you received. You're a jerk. Why are you... I'm only a baby level 48, okay? Why are you being such a jerk? Also, pet, I need you to, like, show up, okay? You need to be throwing out more DPS here. What kind of show do you think we're running? All right, we're doing okay there. Maybe. Bueller, Odium. Oh, I should have empowered. Damn it. It's okay. We'll be all right. We'll be okay. He's out of mana now, so it's just a tank and spank. And he's slowed, so... Come on, pet. Here, can we turn him around and you can stab him in the ass? That'd be great. There we go. He's in the wall, which is less than ideal. This is how you tank him on a raid. You tank him in a wall. Why? Because it screws up where you can loot him. And then everybody can be really pissed off at you because you let him into the wall and he's just not going to be... Like, he's going to fall over, and when he falls over, he's just going to die where you can't even loot his body. And the whole raid's going to be very upset with you as a tank. You did it wrong. Which is also why everybody gets really upset at the monks when they're, like, pushing so hard. I don't know if you guys have raided in live EQ before, but that's what happens. All right. I can actually read some of these messages again here in a second. We are... Ooh, ow. Okay. All right. Calm down there. Calm down there, Sally Sue. That one hurt. That one didn't feel particularly good. Would you get dead already, okay? This odium thing is like taking 15 million years. There we go. There's a big heal. All right. Boop. This is what I get for trying to fight him +1 pre 50 on a class combination that's just dog water pre 50. All right, he's almost dead. He's almost dead. Sleep with the fishes, boy. Sleep with the fishes. Oh, what do we get? Oh, we got a pendant. That's pretty. Oh, damn, that's really nice. We don't need that, and then we can just go. Mine. Sweet. Cool. Let's see here. All right. What did we miss? What did we miss? What did we miss? Same with the Necro Pet and Book. Yep. Earth Pet has insane HP values anyway. I don't know, like Cyanide. I don't know if Cyanide wants to support me in this one, but I'm not sure if the Air Pet is as good. I know a lot of people are like speculating that the Air Pet is going to be some like divine, amazing, awesome tank. I don't know is that is true. In a 6-minute fight, the Earth Pet takes about 3,000 less damage than the Air Pet. So if you're out there fighting and doing crazy stuff, thank you so much, Cyanide. Appreciate you. If you're playing the Air Pet and you get an additional 3,000 health, then maybe it's worth it. But if you don't, then I don't think it's really worth it. I'm down to 2 Sky Quests left. Boy, does that suck. Oh, more no. Okay, so I started playing last night. I've stayed away from your content. I want to go in blind, but you're telling me being in Striker and Spellblade is no good. I am literally telling you being in Striker and Spellblade is the worst possible thing you could do ever. Those two, that stance and that invocation are the worst stance and the worst invocation. That is what I'm telling you. Let's see here. Oh my, in solo raid, if I pull CT, will the other mobs aggro? Do I need to clear everything else first? In solo raid, if I pull CT, yes. Yeah, the other mobs will aggro. Odium, I barely know him. Yeah, right, Cambam? The mini-bosses will aggro, and some of the trash too, from my one time trying to pull CT first. Oops. Can you pull Draco without pulling CT? Yes, you can pull Draco without pulling CT, but you will pull the other ads that are around it if you haven't pulled those yet. Spellblade is not that bad, no, but literally everything is better. Literally every other invocation is better. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it is the worst of all of them. There has got to be a worst, and Spellblade is it. And there's got to be a worse, and Beastlord is it. I do wish their stamina on gear would help the hit point for pets. That would be good. Whoa, Striker is the worst stance is news to me. What's the best? Depends on your build. So Striker is the worst because your endurance bar goes from full to empty with one heavy blow. You will blow through all of your endurance in sometimes one single cleave or one single backstab as a result of Striker stance, because it is a percentage that you lose, not a flat amount. So you lose an amount based upon how much damage you do, and then it weighs it against your strategy and the damage you did, and then it takes a percentage away. And because you're doing so much extra damage, it just drains the whole bar. Even for Monk, yes, even for Monk. It is worse for Monk. It just doesn't drain it entirely in one big go. Striker is good. Starts fight only. Spellblade only low levels. Does it work? Yep. What app mod are you using to track DPS, and does it break DPS down per skill or just flat total? I'm using EQ log parser, and it breaks everything down completely. What you're seeing on the screen is just the like on-screen display. It's not the actual. Do I even want to kill this guy? There's no reason to kill this guy. Just hates that I AFK D4 Nagafin with Spellblade, Echo, and Cleric. No, you're talking about a weird, strange Cleric build that, keep talking about AFK and killing bosses, Cole. Keep talking about AFK killing bosses. I'm sure it'll work out fine for you. What could possibly go wrong? What's the best stance and invocation for a caster for most fights? What's the best stance? Channeling stance. This one right here. I assume you guys can see this. Channeler stance right here. That's the best stance for a caster. And the other ones depends on your class build. So like Arcane Mastery, if you're more int, like if you have 3 int casters or 2 int casters, Arcane Mastery is going to be the way to go. If you're casting like dots from a shaman or something like that, Empower may be the way to go. If you're like a knight and you're fighting and you're like spamming abilities and you're using dual wield, Inversion might be the way to go. If you're dying like a little baby back banana hammock and you can't get your heals out quickly enough, then maybe Divine is the way to go. It all depends on the situation and what you're doing. There's no like one size fits all. And believe me, I wish there was, because I am not a fan of stance dancing. Really enjoy my 125 mana regen and recovery stance. There you go. Evasive is great for casters in short fights. I don't know. I suppose, yeah. I suppose evasion. I use evasion on my caster when I forget to like mem something, and I need to like take a moment to reset something, or like I'll pop into evasive stance, I'll sit down and I'll mem the new spell, and then I'll get up and I'll cast it. That's what I use that for. It may not be the coolest. It may not. It's totally like an absolute sped way of using it, but that's what I do. Create. Yeah, that's fine. It's not. We're not going to be doing like freaking godly DPS. Yeah, that's fine. Where can I get a low level bow? Black Burrow, or actually Crushbone. Either one. Crushbone is better than Black Burrow, but I think well, no, they're probably about the same difficulty to get. Roll the channeler till mom goes then go defensive. Yeah, that can be good too if you don't have a lot of mana or you can't sustain the amount of damage coming in. Yeah. Yep. There's a bow in there that's really, really good. I'll show it to you in one sec. I always switch to Divine just to reduce the number of heals I need to cast. Yeah, absolutely. And if you have a pet too, like it heals the pet and it heals other people in your group too. What am I looking for? I am looking for, you wanted to know about a bow. This bow right here. There you go. That's a bow. That's a low level bow. There's a door there. Hold on. I'm too fat. I'm too fat. We got to change this. Too fat. CB Warlord. Yeah. Yep. Can you explain what spells to spend your motes for? Just someone starting. Yeah. If you're like a Necro or a Shadow Knight, it's not a terrible idea to put them into like some motes into a life tap. Any of the spells that you think you might be using like later on in the game. So, for instance, Vampiric Embrace you get pretty low. That can be a very good and very meaningful thing to pump your points into. I don't care. Go ahead. Freaking bump me. Oh, no! I don't know why I'm casting that spell. We can actually pop into Empower, too. Let's see here. Yeah, so, I mean, there's a lot of different spells. It's actually, so the spell video that I was going to do, or am going to do, is not the next video. I have to do the triple class video, which I have written and I have all ready to go. My wife just started radiation on Monday, and we've had a lot going on the last couple of days, so I haven't really been able to, like, put a lot of time into that stuff. We will certainly get there, though. So I'm going to put that, I'll be putting the triple class video together. There will be a couple of different little builds attached to that video as well. And then from there, we are going to talk about stances and invocations, and we will be talking about spell leveling in general, how to do it, what to do it with, so that you guys can know yourselves, like, what to put your points into, and you'll know how to invest. You guys will know where to put stuff into. I was today old when I learned that I can get a full loot on raids for the very first clear on every difficulty. Boy, I feel dumb. Yeah. Yep, sure can. Love your content. I'm curious on what you think will make it an option people will want to add it to a trio outside of those that will play the class as OG Beastlord from EQ no matter what. All right. Vincinar, thank you so much for the kind words there. You want to know a secret? I never played Beastlords. I am not a Beastlord player. I am not one of those guys. I played Shamans and Warriors, and yeah, Shamans and Warriors, Necros, like that was my thing. Like, I do raids, I usually tank. That being said, I do have to go back up there. Oh no, we killed the box. So that's kind of what I typically play. But to me, the Beastlord's most consistent and like important aspect that makes the Beastlord is the fact that it basically has the pet, right? The pet adds to its overall ability to create damage. It swaps aggro back and forth between the two. So you can heal it, it can tank. It doesn't tank like really, really well, but it does really good damage with the proc buffs that you give it. And the class as a whole is sort of like a mini shaman, mini monk, although it doesn't have all the like stances, or not stances, but all the special attacks that monks do. It does have those things through its pet. And so a lot of those things just aren't realized in the game yet because of, whatever reason they decided they weren't going to include those initially. Hopefully we see some of that stuff sooner than later, because I really do think that some of this stuff is going to be, it's going to feel really bad for people who really enjoy those classes, and it's just not something that you're going to want to take. The benefit of taking it now versus like some of the other stuff is if you just really like the class and you just really want to play it, it's not terrible. It's just the worst of all the classes. Like, when I say that it's the worst of all the classes, I'm not saying that it's bad. I am simply saying that in the tier of 16 classes, it is not near the top. In fact, it is on the bottom of all those 16. Somebody has to be at the bottom, and unfortunately it's them. The AAs that they get are a real problem, and that is something that will need to get fixed eventually. I think that I don't think the devs have a full understanding of some of the adjustments that they make when they adjust certain classes or when they provide certain things like utilities and things to certain classes. I don't think they play those classes. I don't think they have a general understanding of how those classes work. And as a result, I think that they make adjustments that sound really cool and really awesome, but don't actually increase the bar any. And so it feels really bad for those classes when, again, you're building this class, you're playing this character, you're like, man, this is really cool. Oh my God, I'm really excited. Now the pets are going to level up. But what you didn't realize is that the pet actually leveling has nothing to do with its accuracy. It has to do with another formula that's happening behind the scenes. And unless that formula changes, that pet is going to continue to be terrible. Hopefully that makes sense. What about SK spell Life Leech? Worth upgrading. You're talking about the quested spell Life Leech? For Beastlord, is it worth investing in dot crit A's? I think it is, Smack. I use my dots. I also have a druid in my build, so I have a lot of dots. So for me personally, it is worth it. I don't necessarily know. Oh no, I actually don't want that item. For me, it's worth it, but for everybody, it might not be. Actually, I meant to put that on too. It's so much better. And we should be able to... Oop, not the earring. Pendant. There we go. Boom. For me, dots are good. You can't cast malaria right now. There's a bug going on with it, which is super dumb. Yeah, the quest spell. Yeah, I think that could be worth it. I haven't tested it personally, mostly because the druid stuff is so good with my combination, but... why does class have to be at the bottom? Sometimes you're a bottom beat. I know. I spent some of the motes on a few low-level spells. I spent some motes on low-level Charm, Beguile, so that I can do 10 to 35 faster and easier. Yeah, that could be good. Ogre Castile, that could be good. If you want to like try to power level yourself with an Enchanter, that could be good. I'm in evasive inversion until I get my spells off, and then swap into recovery and spam life tap. There you go. You could also, but Malaki, think about how much powerful you could be if you switched from your recovery and you were in empower while you were spamming life tap. Think about that. What about them apples? All right, I knew I missed one. I knew I missed one of you nerds. Thank you for hanging out and answering these questions. Yeah, this is good stuff. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, Sudsy, not a problem. I really do enjoy this. I'm actually like, I kind of want to lean more into the like teaching content. I don't know. I think it could be really interesting. I enjoy learning the stuff myself as well. Like all the ins and outs and how things behave, why things behave certain ways. Other problem is that Beast Lore was not released. Yeah, it's not. So Vincinar, absolutely. I do think that that's a problem. But here's the thing. How many out of era spells does the shaman have right now? How many out of era spells does the shaman have? Do we really think that they couldn't just do the same exact thing for Beast Lord? Like, why is that a thing? Although I do think that that's going to cause shamans a problem later, but that's neither here nor there. Does Empower Invocation affect dots? Yes, it does. It sure does. It gives you substantially larger dots. More dots. Look at that Odium crit right there. 1686. Right there. Boom. Odium crit. I'm not even level 50. 1686. That'll be 2k of a crit. Once I get there. That's crazy. Did you provide feedback to the devs of other games in the past that was incorporated? Have any devs come in, content creators that know the game intricately, for advice you know of? Sal, I was in the closed beta. So this is great question, Sal. I'm actually gonna highlight your question here for a second, because this actually brings a really interesting point that I think is really important to get across. Did any of you guys notice that yesterday, after they dropped the patch notes, they also dropped this little thing in the dev comments talking about how the feedback is going to change, and how they're going to make it so that you can't comment on other people's feedback. You can only give it a thumbs up or a thumbs down. And they're going to add this whole system that's going to prevent people from doing other emotes other than thumbs up and thumbs down. And then, so they posted this, and we're not complaining about it. We're not even talking about whether that's a good idea or a bad idea. What I want to talk about is why they feel like they need to do that, because it's really important. And I think that it's a vital part of feedback in general. I was labeled before this game even started as being one of the most critical people in this space. First of all, I know some of the people involved, and I've been involved in some of their previous projects. And, be it here, there, or nowhere, if you know that information, you know that information. But some of the people who are working on this project have rather shaded pasts, let's say. And so I came in kind of swinging a little hot. And what I will say is that I spoke with the developers. I did get into the closed beta, not because they invited me, but because someone was awesome enough to give me a key into the closed beta. And the unfortunate piece is when you have people in those spaces that are just dropping absolute troll swill constantly, then they turn their ears off and they stop listening to people. They don't care what you have to say, because the other 10 people who are talking in addition to you are just they're just talking meaningless nothing. Like, they're just throwing out a bunch of crap. And I'm not even saying that they don't deserve it from time to time. Like, they don't necessarily, they deserve to be called out on the things that they're doing. However, the way that they're being called out matters. So just going out there and being like clown emoji, bootlicker, clown emoji, like, that doesn't do anything. That's not constructive. All it's doing is pissing them off. And then when you actually need something from them, or you want them to listen to you, they're not going to, because you're just some troll that's spamming emotes that they don't like. And I'm not even saying like them not liking emotes is a particular thing that is good, bad, up, down, left, right, whatever. It's more about, if you're going to provide information or you're going to work on things like that, Like, we have to be the bigger person. We have to be grown about the way that we interact with things. We have to actually respect and appreciate the fact that, like, these are people too. We can't be out here just being like crapping on people constantly because they're doing things that we don't like. If we don't like it, we say we don't like it, and then we provide them with an alternative way to fix whatever it is. And then they make a decision about whether or not they're going to listen. And then we make a decision about whether or not we want to continue being in that space. So it's really important for people to understand and realize that bringing a level of maturity to those situations is almost always going to wind up better for you in the end, because you will still be taken seriously. You won't be lumped in with the rest of the people who don't matter and don't get listened to. You will also probably maintain the fact that you won't get banned or timed out in the server. And if they choose to not listen to you and continue doing the things that you don't like, you maintain the option and the choice to leave when you want and come back when you want. There's literally nothing that prevents you from, liking or like, you're not getting banned because of some emoji that you did. So again, I'm not trying to like crap on people who feel certain ways and are hurt by the things that they did, because they've made some terrible decisions, and I'll be the first one to say it. They've made some really terrible decisions. But in that same notation, we also have to accept the fact that like we are responsible for our own actions, and we need to be grown-ups about that. So hopefully that makes sense. Love you all. Hopefully I'll get off my box on that one, but I think it's important that we do that. Let's see here. Good evening, Porygump. What's going on? What class trio do you think would be the best for soloing D0 Plane of Sky with crap gear? I mean, most of them are fine. There's not really a lot of them. This community is toxic as hell. If you go into the general portion of their Discord, you would certainly believe that everyone in this community is toxic as hell. Starting with Zerker for primary. Ooh, yeah, that's what I did for closed beta. If you're going to do Zerker for primary, I would probably recommend taking a Shadow Knight alongside that. And if you want the absolute most bonkers, like just level up and get good, Shadow Knight, Berserker, Shaman will get you everything that you possibly could want. That Discord is full of whiners and trolls, but the devs also have super thin skin. I hope they don't... Yeah. I think that we're already starting to see them wall themselves off, unfortunately. Pegasus, what's going on? EQ is also obtuse as fuck. 20 years of misinformation that not even the devs have fully unraveled. True. There is something there. So many times reported things with proof and got trolled. Or hey, listen, I left the closed beta, and I don't mind saying why I left the closed beta. I left the closed beta because myself and two other people got into an argument with the vice president of Daybreak over the simple fact that they had adjusted, whether intentional or unintentional, they had modified XP, and they had done so in a way that was affecting one area more so than other areas, and we tried to bring it to their attention, and we were just told over and over again that that is not a thing. We never did anything. We provide them with video evidence. We provide them with log evidence. We provide them all that stuff. And they just said, no, it never happened, never happened. Guess what they just did? They just modified the XP in that zone. Because it wasn't acting right. Weird. It's almost like someone told you that at one point. Ever. Natch Boats is just so redacted we can get a regular patch. So Epic Reverie, I do agree to some extent, and as you can see if you're on YouTube, I actually did the Natch Boats today, and it was meant to be kind of ironic because they did this. I do think, like, if they wanted to be a legitimate, if they want to be taken seriously, they've got to buckle down. I still don't even know what the whole Trout thing is about. I don't really care to know. But they have like all these inside jokes, which is really ostracizing people and making people feel like they're on the outside, which doesn't help their image any, because they have a real big communication problem and they have a real big public image problem. If they really want to improve upon that, they're going to have to start taking some steps to like dialing that back. But what if clown emoji is the only emoji I have? Well, then you need to buy an emoji pack, clearly. Not sponsored by Discord, by the way. When instances went down early, it provides chat night. The chat in D was silly and not very understanding, so I can understand why. Yeah, I will say that early, like them shutting the server down to fix something early and people getting really upset about that. That's wild. People should be happy that they're actually gonna fix the issue, and then they're not gonna have to go through an entire weekend of something being broken. Because they've made that decision too, and now they're probably never going to make that decision. Congratulations. If instances don't work for a week and you get stuck for a week because they don't want to take the servers down, and you were one of those people griping like that, you are probably part of the problem. You are probably part of the reason that they will not want to take the servers back down to fix something. And that sucks. Like, at the end of the day, that sucks. Come on, you know these devs are out of touch reality rules. They don't listen to feedback. Sometimes they do. They've changed, Meowmageddon, they have changed things that I brought up. No real reason to do Sky or anything other than D. Yeah, I mean, right. Not any real meaningful reason. Yeah. Oh, shit, I don't have a freaking anti-heal. This is going to be messy as hell. Hold on, let me over-channel. We'll just dot. Did I just change my stance while casting a spell? Did you guys see that? I was casting a spell and it changed mid-spell. That was weird. I like Zerker for a bit, and I realized I kind of suck. Offer very little Zerker stance, barely better than offensive stance. Oh no, that is not true. Berserker stance is insanely powerful. It just sucks that that class is boiled down to one stance. That's all they are. Your Berserker stance. Congratulations, Berserker class done. That feels real bad. You can change stances while casting. No, that's literally what I did. I'm sorry. Yes, I went from Empower to Overchannel while casting. You can dial it back and you can even watch it. I went to Overchannel. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. It was very weird. Cleric. Get this one. I've come to loathe the spike. Yeah, they're ridiculous. The spike golems are insane. They've always been one of the most annoying mobs in the zone. Shy the chest, the mimics. I think they're entitled because they pay $10 is crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I think that when you purchase something, there is an agreement that you make with the developers, which is like they will create something. What I think is unreasonable is the way that people behave. Like, once you get to the point where people are like good or bad or in between, you basically get to a point where, okay, people can act one way or the other. If people choose to act poorly, then they're giving them a reason not to listen to them. Then they are justified in the fact that they turn off their ears and refuse to listen. And that's the shitty part, right? Okay, I'll say I was negative about the personal instances going down 10 hours early, but they knew they were going to do it ahead of time, and giving us 20 minutes notice was insane and pretty unfair to the EU crowd. No. I absolutely agree that it is. I don't know. I didn't know that they knew 10 hours earlier. I don't know that information. If they did, they did. I don't know about that. But what I will say is, yeah, absolutely, someone was going to take it on the chin. Someone was going to take it on the chin, and it does suck that it was more EU players than anything. And that's just like in the same way that I say that the Beast Lord is the worst class. Like, if you have to write all the classes in a row and you have to write them from best class to worst class, unfortunately, there's going to be someone at the bottom of that list 100% of the time, and that's just the way it works, right? You can change stances while casting. You can't change. Yeah. I just switched from empowering to overchannel somehow. I don't know. Pro Falcon, thank you so much for the follow. Karak, thank you so much for the follow. Spike Golems give the best moat drop chance. Oh, wouldn't that be nice? How is it much better than offense? Double damage versus double attack speed. It's not double attack speed, my sweet, sweet, beautiful child, Wingsphere. It is better than that, actually. Because you can add haste on top of the attack speed, and whereas offense, like your offensive stance, okay, simply just gives you your melee damage is increased, right? Your melee damage is increased. Well, guess what? I am now swinging at half the speed that I was before, or double the speed, whatever you want to, like, however you want to do it. Half the delay. How's that? Half the delay, I am swinging at that speed. then in addition to swinging that quickly, all of my abilities are coming down at half the rate, meaning smite and reave and dragon punch and round kick or flying kick and backstab and all those other things are going. Absolutely absurdly powerful. Insanely powerful, because all of a sudden you're backstabbing twice as much. All of a sudden you're reaving twice as much. All of a sudden you're smiting twice as much. All those things. So good. It's insanely good. It is the busted boy. Yeah, but those skills are affected by haste, so it's 7.5 seconds instead of 9 seconds. Well, what do you mean? Not all those skills are on the same timer. You're talking about backstab. Not all those skills are on the same timer. Bro, there's no way you didn't know they identified the previous Tuesday morning and they fixed it. There's no way they didn't know. They identified the previous Tuesday morning and fixed it, but they didn't apply said fix. So, okay, hold on. And I'm not trying to get into an argument. I'm not trying to argue with you guys about whether they did know or they didn't know. But it sounds like we're assigning some level of they knew they were going to do this thing, but we don't have any proof that they knew, like, so I'm going to give you an example. This was back a couple weeks ago when Dave was like, I don't know, man, we're going to have to make this choice about whether or not we're going to take the servers down because, you know, oh man, I don't really know if I want to do this, because they were having the issue with instances, and they did the whatchamadiggit there, the insight on a Friday. And he was like, I don't really know. I've got to decide whether or not we're going to do this. And he was kind of waffling on the idea. And all I'm trying to say is that there's a chance that maybe they were waffling on whether or not they wanted to take the server down. And then that's when they decided that's when they finally made a decision. I'm not saying that that's the right thing or the wrong thing, but I do think that, like, saying like they did it intentionally in this way without actually knowing that is a little dangerous. It could just lead people to being upset for reasons that we don't actually know are real. Brassy had mentioned it on Discord that night. It all goes back to their communication skills and lack thereof. Yeah, that is absolutely a problem. I'll be the first to frickin' say that. Their communication is god-awful. And it sounds like it's controlled by Daybreak, but we don't know that for certain. Don't forget, you'll wait for your endurance more than twice as much. What's that? Your endurance for... you're talking about your endurance for... Berserker stance? Baby, all you gotta do is just max out your endurance regen. And it's all win. It's all win, baby. You don't even use your freaking endurance half the time. Frozen screen? I don't know. Is it a frozen screen? I don't see a frozen screen. People wouldn't be nearly as pissed if they Wesker. I don't know about you, but I saw a lot of really pissed off people in their general chat, like minutes after the server came back up. I'm not even sure what half of them were pissed about, but boy, they were pissed. I don't know. Is that saying that people wouldn't be mad? I think there's a lot of people in this community that are just looking for reasons to be upset. I'm not saying you're the one or like that. What they did was necessarily okay. I don't know. I don't know the details of what exactly transpired on their end or on our end or what was said in the Discord. I try to save my mental health by not reading that Discord as much as possible. Because frankly, occupying that space is just like, makes you want to pull your hair out. Go play in traffic. Can my high-level friend take me in high-level zones to get +4 items even if I do no damage? Peter Moore. Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, golly. Thank you. Oh, my God, yes. Oh, I wasn't even going for that, and we found it. Yes. Where's my blood moon? Where is it? Where's my blood moon? Yes. Blood moon. Go in the hole. Make new, better blood moon with vampiric. Whoa, wait a minute. That is just flat attached to the item, meaning you can still put in another focus. Wait a minute. Oh no, Blood Moon. Okay. That's really good. It's really good. Anyway, hell yes. Love it. What a happy day. What a that's don't put old to new. Why not? That's what you want to do. You want to put old to new. Because if you put old to new, then you get the thing. Let's see here. This might be a dumb cue, but with a lot of stats for pets being useless, it's got me questioning whether I should focus hit points, AC, dex, dex, and then AC and attack for your pet. And hit points obviously isn't a bad one either, but dex is dex is gonna get you the most amount of mileage for your pet. People will be mad either way. Lack of communication makes it worse. Yeah, absolutely. Like, actually, you know what? If you guys want to talk about lack of communication, let's talk about the fact that, okay, so people were reporting that they felt like that more things were nerfed than were put in case notes. Jesus Christ. People were reporting that more things were nerfed than were put in the notes. And so if that's true, then they should have just come out and said it. If it's false, then they should have just come out and said it. And then they would have stopped a lot of people griping and groaning and being pissy. But they didn't. So I don't know. You know? I don't know. Like, what do we do? And so, yeah, a lot of people are going to speculate and say a lot of stuff, which is attributed to their poor communication. They need to be quicker on the uptake. When a mistake happens, they need to take accountability. They need to talk about how it's going to get fixed, and then they just need to move the fuck on. That would be the best way to solve that issue. But anyway, the old one isn't up to code. They said use the new one as the foundation. Yeah, that's what I did. So, hey, you had Blood Moon proc for 4 seconds. In your 6 seconds of testing, can you tell me if the focus effect... Vampire, wait. Proc for 4 seconds. In your 6 seconds of testing, can you tell me if the focus effect... Vampiric Embrace? Oh, like the... You're talking about the proc? Well, I don't even have the... I don't even have the thing yet. Oh, you know... No, because pets don't get it. I was going to say, maybe we could try it on a pet. How do level restrictions for focus effects work if classes get spells at different levels? Devarian, you win. You win the internet today. Congratulations, everyone. W's in the chat for Devarian for the wonderful, wonderful, absolutely amazing question. How do level restrictions for focus effects work if classes get the spell at different levels? What an amazing question. That was my first question as well. I even made a friendly wager with someone about whether or not that was going to be broken or not. Because I'm pretty sure that it's going to be broken. I haven't tested it yet. Obviously, I just got one, but I bet you I can break that item. Because I guarantee they didn't think about the fact that a Shadow Knight and Necromancer together, or one gets it at this point and the other one gets it at this other point. Okay, which one is it based off from? Focus effects D0 have level recs for the spell levels, aka Ranger gets healing at like 39, but Cleric gets at 18, so Imp Healing 1 works for Cleric, but not Ranger. But what happens when you put them together? What happens when you make love between your Cleric and your Ranger, and then all of a sudden they get heals at the same time? Then what? What then? What then? They should just get it at the lowest point. But I'm willing to bet that it's broken. Because they made the ability to. Unless they copy-pasted it from something else, which is entirely possible as well. Do I need to get another Blood Moon now? Yeah, you do. You do. I have IV3 on my Blood Moon, and it does not increase Vamp Embrace proc. I have rank 8 Vamp Embrace. It proc the same 234 before I had it after. Believe it or not. Yeah. Yeah, it shouldn't affect it, but you never know with this. So, in the same way that it shouldn't affect it, shouldn't the focus effects all affect the pets the same? Or no? It's one of those things where it's like you can't take anything for granted in the way that it operates here. I'm Cleric Ranger. You want me to test something? No, no, no. Yeah, I would expect normal behavior from old Fogey, but new Fogey might be spicy. Farming a new blood moon is 8. I'm glad you got lucky. You guys want to hear something really sad? Listen, if you guys can't, like, this is going to be, I love you all right? I just need you to know something, okay? So the other day, I was doing the Torrid Corruptor quest, and somebody in Discord with me was, like, complaining about how awful Lord Grimrot was. And they were like, man, I spent hours, and I had to do this, and I had to do that, and I had to, like, do these backflips. And I literally walked into the zone, and I ran up, and he wasn't up. And it was like, I think it was like 9 a.m. game time. And I said, all you got to do is talk dirty to him. That's all you got to do to make him spawn. And I said, and I said a bunch of nasty words. And then I spawned my own instance, and he was there. And I turned it in, and then I killed him, and then I ran off, and now I have a Torrid Corruptor, and it's pretty great. Where is it? Somewhere. Right there. Yeah. Now I have one of these. And it took me less than 5 minutes. In fact, it took me like probably about 2 minutes. Whatever. It took me the time to run from the Druid portal in North Karana to Grimrot, and then spawn an instance, and then load into that instance, and then I had it. It was like that. It was that long. It was pretty crazy. So don't hate me. I love you all. Please don't hate me. Everyone's pissed in the Discord last night because servers crashed out and unexpectedly people pay good money to play the game. Reliable infrastructure. Yeah. So Annoying Panda, funny enough, I actually think that if it's something that is a like one-time thing or doesn't happen frequently, I absolutely think that people need to be a little bit more understanding. That being said, I am not entirely sure this particular situation, this game, I'm not sure if they have produced a patch which has not created more bugs than solutions for bugs. And like, you would think like that's a really snide comment. That's a really like disrespectful and inappropriate comment. But I actually mean it verbatim. I am not entirely sure they have dropped a patch that has fixed more bugs than it has created. And that's not even a knock against the developers. But the problem is that as that happens more frequently, and as we get more patches and more things are not working correctly, we find ourselves in a situation where it's like, okay, who's the sucker here? Am I the sucker? Like, what's happening? And that makes people ask the question. And honestly, like, still to this very day, I'm playing a class combo that I absolutely loathe. I'm actually still having fun. I have been having a lot of fun on EverQuest Legends in general. The game is even despite all the jank and the weirdness, it's honestly been really cool. I am leaning towards renewing my subscription on the 29th. But with all of that being said, I can certainly understand, and I've heard from a lot of people that they are not. I was in Discord with somebody as recently as last night, and I had several people tell me they've already discontinued their subscription, and that's their prerogative. And you know what? That's up to them. If they want to do that, then that's good for them. People will need to decide for themselves what's good, what's bad, and how that feels for them, and just kind of go there. So, say nasty words, Broken. I must hear you whisper them. Yet Broken can't get a Ghoulbane easy. That's true. That's true. I did have to farm a Ghoulbane for a really, really long time. And this is why you're getting a lump of poo in your stocking. Aww. I found him in public instance 5 a.m. first try. Hell yeah. Mine took me 15 minutes. Oh, G624. Man, that's a long time. EQL mages are so weird. Air pet is even better than normal EQ. Even more reason to use air over water, earth. I don't actually think... See, this is going to be a really... I'm going to provide the proof. I already listed one parse in my Discord that shows that earth pet is better than air. But we are going to be doing more parsing, and I'm going to prove it. I'm going to prove it across the board. Air pet is not better than earth pet. It's not. I'm giving it another month, right on. But they have a great QA guy. I heard he was an artist, part-time. Yeah. Do you have a Karen regen necklace? Just curious how hard I should level up. Oh yeah, get it all the way. Get it all the way up. Giggity. Do the blue chew for your Karen necklace. It is good. I haven't leveled mine because I don't really care about it, but it is a very good item. It goes to plus 12 for all of these. It's a very good item. I would recommend that you level it. It's very worthwhile if you're doing like D4 content. The longer the fight is, the more valuable it becomes. So if you're not killing something in like 5 minutes, let's say, then it easily makes up for the fact that it doesn't have other stats on it. I've already plus 10 to almost all the mage pets. Yeah, I've already plus 10 to almost all the, I'm working on, I have these right here for when I get level 50, and I'm going to plus 10 more pets. So, yeah, yes, I am a psychopath. I am spending all of my raid motes on pets. I canceled my sub to EQL. Spam Diesel, this is my shocked face. You beat the game like 2 weeks ago and stopped playing like 2 weeks ago. I'm willing to bet. And then you're going to be playing, I don't even know. What new game is coming out that you're going to play? Is attack speed slow rec for D4 at level 58? It's not required, but it certainly makes life a lot easier. Soul frame? Okay, right on. Calico Bard! What's going on, Calico? How are you, man? I watched something on your Twitter the other day. On your twatter. Based on your current knowledge, which mage pet should be maxed if you only max one? Oof. Water pet. Probably water pet. You can't be lazy with it, though. You got to do this, okay? If you're going to use the water pet, you got to turn... If you're going to be lazy, don't do the water pet. But if you have the gumption to roll out of bed and just turn the mob like this so that the water pet is in the back, the water pet is worth his weight in gold. If you're not willing to do that, I would say probably the earth pet. And the earth pet, the reason I say the earth pet is the earth pet does a lot more damage and has a lot better mitigation than all the other pets. Believe it or not, the earth pet actually does quite a bit more damage. The water pet is the only of the four pets. The water pet is the only pet that out DPSs the earth pet. That may change once we hit 50, but I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it. Rules and you do too, baby. DeJorn, thank you so much for the follow. I swear persistent casting does not work. Yeah, I haven't ever bought that ability ever. People get really mad at me too because I haven't bought like knowledge of the past or some of these other ones that I don't bother with. I mastery of the past, I don't have that. Master of all, I haven't bought that. I don't care. Matter of fact, actually, I'm gonna get the healing ones next, and then I'll probably do mental clarity, and then circular breathing. I should have got this a lot earlier, but whatever. I don't really care all that much. Doesn't really matter. I just want the big impact ones. Thank you for the answer. Yeah, not a problem. Not a problem. I just tried your stat for Grimrot. Thanks for the tip. Ooh, only the tip, baby. Did it work? Did you get him? Have we found out why folks randomly get hand-to-hand level ups? Yeah, actually, Project Dawn, great question. I believe they fixed that in the last one. So when you were doing special attacks, it was reading it as you not actually like wielding a weapon. And it was just, you were just like getting a hand-to-hand like when you punched. Or like if you did like a special kick or you did like a... like any of the special attacks, slam, bash, any of that stuff. It was treating it as though you didn't have a weapon in your primary or secondary. And so when it did that, you were getting hand-to-hand points up. Reeve smite. Yeah, exactly. All that stuff. Yep. So pet focus items suck, but they're worth using while leveling class where oh my god, no. Other game, it's just not that easy. I wish it was. I tried. Like, look, I'm not even joking, dude. I'm not even joking. I have all the mage pets, focus items, okay? I have the stabs as well. Like I was trying these things as I was leveling up. I've got the Enchanter book as well, or not the Enchanter, the Necro book, and it's different. It's different every time. Sometimes it's insanely worth it. Sometimes it's insanely crap. The whatever the formula is, I want to see the god awful formula. If any of you guys live, I used to live in Irving, outside of Dallas, in Texas. As if there was another Dallas, I'm sure there is. But you know those big clover loops? Like on the highway, there's like those big clover loops. I'm pretty sure that's what the code looks like for pets. Except like it's a clover loop over a clover loop over a clover loop, and then they turn the clover loop sideways and they squeeze it into the other clover loop, and then they squeeze another one into that clover. I'm pretty sure that's what it looks like. I can't imagine that it looks any different than that with the way that some of the stuff with pets behaves. It is absurd. Holy cow, that's a lot of dudes. I live in Irving too. Oh, awesome. I used to live off MacArthur. I'm sorry. That wasn't bad. I actually really liked Irving. One of my favorite parts about living in that area was that nothing ever closes. Everything is like always open. Spaghetti, it's spaghetti code. Oh, is that what spaghetti code is? I resent your remark about a new game, sir. Not my fault. These games nowadays have no content on release. You shut up. How many hours did you play the game, Spam? How many hours did you play the game? I do not want to hear you be like, there's no content. He's gonna be like, man, I put like 600 hours in the first 40 hours of the game. Yeah, in 2 weeks. Oh, you have over 2 weeks of gameplay? That would not surprise me. When doing a Soulfire quest, what faction did you have doing the split paw turn-in? Priest of Life faction. Priest of Life you can raise by, I think that's handing gold in. You have to hand gold in the in Kinos near the flying saucer. Let's see. What's the sword on pets actually using weapons now? So what you want to do is you want to use a weapon that has a damage higher than 31 and a ratio lower than 1.11. Turned my nose up at Mastery of the Past until I had a fight that came down to the last 1% and lost a heal fizzle. Angry max in spot. Fair enough. Fair enough. Blow those points. No, I'm really happy that they didn't hire the guys from THJ. I think that everybody would be more happier with the way that things worked out. Not the fact that those guys owe an insurmountable amount of money, but I think that they would be substantially happier that they don't have to like live under the thumb as much. Lording over a beast, not so much in this early era of EQL. Yeah, I mean, hopefully... Wait, do I even need to kill this guy? He doesn't even drop anything I need. Never mind, screw that guy. This guy, on the other hand, also probably doesn't drop anything I need, actually. Why am I even up here? Oh, wait, no, these guys drop motes, right? Because he's a rare? Oh, he's not a rare. Oh, I don't even care about you. Never mind. I don't give a shit about either any of you guys. Any plans for another God Mode Games interview? We talked about it a while back. They have a lot of stuff coming up. So if you guys know what Dragon Con is, they got invited to speak at Dragon Con. And I believe they're in 2 panels there. There's an indie dev panel that they got asked to speak at, and there is I think they have their own panel as well. So if that's something you're interested in, they are going to be at Dragon Con. There is like a whole to-do about it. So how does Beast Pet feel now at higher level? It's not terrible. If you compare it against all the other pets, it's not the worst. It's better than Shaman now. It is better than Shaman Pet. And it actually does more damage than a Mage Pet. So it's not bad. Like, it's not terrible. It's just not... None of the pets are particularly like, oh my god. I'll be at Dragon Con? Well, there you go. Just farmed pain in the starter area in a personal instance for about 2 hours and got 1,200 bone chips. Marin Glace, that bone chip shit is wild. I didn't even know about it. Someone told me about it while I was doing the quest. And I was like, god damn, bro. That is just insane. That was ridiculous. Really, really good way. Yeah, that's why the golems and hate also have a higher drop rate. Did they confirm that? Did they say that they have a higher drop rate? That's fair. They could be consults at least. It was pretty impressive, the things that they got a 30-year-old game to do. Yeah. All right, finally went into the trio theory crafted before I got game access. Paladin, Monk, Shaman, no longer cheaping it with Charm. There you go, Silicone. Hell yeah. Do you have to wrestle? It's aggro every mob. Do you have to wrestle? No, I mean, I could step away from it. The only thing that, like, the pet does not hold aggro against, like, raid targets. That makes sense? He's kind of dog water. Like, oh, shit. I just realized where I was. Go in here, kill these. Yeah, he doesn't do a very good job. The warder, man. Yeah, no, the warder is the same way. He doesn't hold aggro against, like, bosses and stuff. He tanks just fine though. When I do my like D1 D2 Naggies, D3 Naggies, I literally just let him tank the giants, like the off giant. I don't switch targets with him or anything. Just let him do his thing. Did they really mean to nerf charms though? That's what we need to find out. We need to find out if that full-on charm nerf was intentional or if it was accidental. Frenzied Burnout from Mage on charm pets is really solid. That's the problem. Is that, you know, man, there's a really cool mechanic for pets. It's so much better on charmed pets. Yeah, because charmed pets don't have caps. It was in the patch notes. No. You're talking about the bee thing? Listen, the bee thing is fine. The bee thing is whatever. There's still plenty of pets that you can use in the zone that do plenty of damage. Above level 7, I keep getting nothing but miners and making me not want to play. First of all, stay away from miners. That's illegal. Second of all, no, I don't do a lot of farming of moats and stuff. Yeah. Oh, the bees are still fine. And I will say also, like, the meteors maybe aren't quite as good, but the bees are fine. As is many other NPCs that you can charm in Plane of Sky. There's tons and tons of mobs you can charm in Plane of Sky that are still doing very good DPS. Damn, I'm getting a lot of druid gear all of a sudden. I don't know what that's about. Ooh, there's a chest over there. There's a chest. Let's get in there. Give me your goods. Give me your goods, sir. Our lazy and bees made it okay for me to semi AFK. Yeah, I mean, listen. My enchanter grabbed a wind gust and did decent in the sky. Awesome. Only thing not mentioned was Princess got stealth nerfed. So, wait a minute. How many of you guys... Excuse me. How many of you guys are enchanters? And if you are enchanters, how many of you guys have gone other locations and had charm not be as good or reduce the stats of mobs in other locations? Like, you feel like, oh man, I was in hate and I was charming this thing and now it's doing half the damage it was when I did it before. I've heard people saying that this is happening. I don't have anything to reference, so I don't know where at all. All rare mobs can't be charmed. That should be the case. That should have been the case initially. I'll grab a bee and it only slowed my sky speed by like 5 minutes. Charm feels and breaks more easily. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people complaining that charm breaks a lot more easily. I'm an enchanter. It's good everywhere, especially in hate. Seems fine. No, I did 6 hours stint in D4 hate and T2 mobs still rock shit. Okay. All right. Good. Because I was going to be upset if they like stealth nerfed that in. Lord of Ire just dropped me 8 plat and 3 copper. Thanks, Lord of Ire. Yeah, good. Did you swear at him? Project Dawn, did you scream profanities at him first? That's how you make things work. That's how drops happen. Only thing I noticed with mob charming was seems more resistant, faster breaks at a higher diff. Yeah, I have a feeling. I have a feeling that we are going to see some new like tips, tricks, tactics, systems that need to go in place for charm to be super reliable, leanable again. But that's fine. I don't think that's the end of the world. It does need a little bit risk versus reward. Also, somebody asked earlier if charisma affects it. The charisma appear like they've said different things. I've charmed with like sub 50 charisma on this character a ton and not really noticed charisma do anything. Now, that is very anecdotal, and I would need to actually test it a whole bunch. What I can tell you is negative magic resist makes a massive difference in charm, to include the items that you put on them. Negative magic resist is very beneficial. Would recommend 10 out of 10. Crystallized Sulfur from Lord of Ire once. Ooh, you're welcome. Rank 10 charm with over channel and 300 charisma. I charm D4 mobs almost perma. So you're saying that with 300 charisma, that makes all the difference? Not charm is fine. Just playing a sky is all RNG, being RNG where people are saying things are breaking more. High difficulty, I think mobs have more MMR base, so that would track if it breaks more in D4, but I charmed in D4. Hate Dark Elves, no issues. Nice. Higher diff should have had base increase in mobs resist, so higher diff charming should be, yeah, that makes sense. It needs to be tuned for sure, at least a cap on charm mob damage output. Yeah, it definitely about beating those MR checks. Charisma, do nothing. I've tested it a shitload, minus MR, and level is the only thing that seems to matter. Jury still out on negative MR gear on pets since patch. With the new MM ring, my charm pets have negative 44 MR now. I don't have a problem. I don't tash them. Okay, what... I'm just going to ask you this, because sometimes there's some mechanism that you leave out when you make these statements. Is there a mechanism that you're leaving out when you make these statements? Like, oh yeah, when I charm the little tiny little like trapped, you know, NPCs that have like 3 health. Over channel, yep. Would just be nice to have an AA that helped was supposed to come out a month ago. Oh yeah. I don't, guys, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it's very likely that AA is never coming. Like, I cannot even imagine them putting that in the game right now. I just, like, what would be the purpose in creating a circumstance in which charm does not last as long and charm breaks more, and then immediately giving you the key to the solution? Unless they were going to sell it to you for money. That's a whole different problem and story, though. You know? I don't imagine. How does minus MR gear help charm things? Because it lowers the resistance rate, which means that when you're doing your resist checks to maintain your charm, that it's breaking down. Suspect stealth buff on Sky Mob MR. Maybe. They'll make it cost 50A for more pot sales. Jesus Christ. What's going on, eFault? How are you? We're almost 49. This isn't even where I need to be. I'm just killing stuff because it gives me upgrade gear for classes I don't have yet. I hate going over here. This area sucks because there's a lot of pathers, and those pathers can eat a ginormous PP. We already cleared that all out. I think I cleared all this out too, right? Oh, wait, no. There's totally mobs over here. Chest in the corner? No. Chest over here. All I get is classes. I don't have. Yeah. I mean, that's like, it's one of those things. I've been like, can I ask you guys, like when you guys are clicking on other streamers, it's okay, I understand. I know you guys watch other people as well. But the other people, are they typically doing hate? They're doing Sky. I think majority of them are probably doing Sky. Or I know there's been a lot of people that are just like hanging out, spamming Befallen for moats and stuff. Found a bug where exaltations, focus effects don't stay attached to your items when you swap loadouts. Mord, that is not a bug. Great one. Thank you, Mord. Hold on. I've got you, baby. I've got you. I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in your heart that I can't actually sing words. All right, check it out. So you see this right here? You see this little screen? It has use this loadout, and it has share with loadouts, okay? you need, when you set this character up, you need to use this loadout and then hit save, okay? And these need to be use this loadout. So what that will do is that when you're into that loadout, and all of your loadouts should be like this, when you're in that loadout, it will save all your exaltations to certain pieces of gear. It will not update them if you change them in other loadouts, but you can change those manually. And it still doesn't save? Interesting. Are your other profiles the same thing? Watch players, camping hate or whatever. Boring. I can't do that myself. Ooh, cardigan. Damn, savage. Most streamers I watch are doing nonsense challenges for leveling. Man, come on. Those are fun. That's called extending content right there. You guys wanna see behind the curtain a little bit? So when you do challenges and stuff like that, it makes it more interesting. People get more engaged and interested in those challenges. It also makes it a little more interesting for the streamer when they're burnt out from doing the same goddamn thing 9 million times. And it's a little trick so that you can maintain yourself still playing the game, even though you're really not necessarily like, you'd rather play fucking, paint wall simulator. But by doing those challenges, you make it a little spicy and a little more interesting. It's a good way of extending things. It's good. The whole loadout system is kind of jank. Yes, it is. Imagine if we had all 16 wait, what? I love the microscope on all these topics, current game and patches, but the 10,000 foot view is the team needs a few more devs. I actually disagree on the few more devs. They need the devs they have to work more than 20 hours a week. That would be a really good start to have the dev. You know what? I also think that they right now, and they're all contractors and they're all friends. And I do think that if they keep running into some of the same QA issues and some of the same like programming issues, that retention may need to be a consideration in individuals' employment. How was that? Was that a really nice way of saying that? Was that a really nice way of saying that? I have had that as well. Running quest challenge. Yep. You have to hit save after you make those moves. You'll lose your pet and your buffs, but it's okay. I'm running out of classes to level, needing prestige reset. Oh my god, the prestige thing I actually really like. I'm really interested in the prestige system. Ugh, this is a trap. Okay, that's where I went to. This point right here, I don't know if you guys know this, but all of the pathing mobs in the whole zone walk right here. All of them. We're going to grab this cleric. We're probably going to hit these both at the same time, which is fine. We'll kill the male revenant. But the all of the mobs that path actually go across this. It's a very dangerous place to fight things, and I love sitting there and just like fighting and then watching them all come through. But think of the profits. No, I find the concept of solo self-found only kind of redundant for EQL. It's pretty much, yeah, agreed. In an SK Shaman Necro build, would you plus 10 the Shaman pet or the Necro pet? The Necro pet. And you don't even have to... Actually, that's a good question. I need to look at it. What level is the base Necro pet? Do you need to plus 10 the Necro pet? You might just want to plus 8 then. I don't know. It's probably lower than the Mage pet, so you probably have to plus 10 it. Exaltations, Idol of the Honor King, that doesn't stay attached to my Serpent's Tooth, or other loadouts. I have the same X on the weapon too. Yep. And SK Shaman Necro. Find the concept. Yep. Makes sense. But think of the profits, more hours, and more cohesive vision. Yeah, cohesive vision is an interesting one. Okay, I'm gonna bring this back to the conversation we were having earlier, where they made the comment about feedback and changing the system for feedback. I assume some of you guys must have seen that. So one of the things that I thought was really funny about that is Alia came out and was like, I don't know anything about that. And it's like, wait, what? What? What do you mean you don't know anything about that? They posted it as a dev comp, like, you're going to start changing the way you guys are doing feedback. And one of the main devs doesn't know that that's what they're doing? Huh? What? What? Right? Like, huh? How does that work? I do agree, though. I'm a lifer, though. I have 10 days, 15 hours played, and I work full-time. Jesus Christ. Agony, where do you sleep? We're going to have to rebuff here in a second. Units piece, I stand, chain, cast AoE mez for infinite mobs. Ooh. How about cementing this endeavor as a goal set out a ways? Seems like they kind of riding coattails on a very short-sighted success. Do you guys want to hear? You guys want me to throw some shade? I could throw a little bit of shade. EG7 had their market meeting today. And I've already read it and broke it down. So they listed 3 total games that they've had launch. 3 games that they've had launch recently. And they gave stats and numbers for every single one of the games. Except for EQL. They said that it has a steady start. Which when you just gave stats and you were like, oh, all these things are going really well and this is good and this is good. And that's what they said, like for the other ones. And then they get to EQL, and the only thing they say about EQL is it had a steady start. I'm going to guess it was... I'm going to go ahead... This is speculation, but I'm going to go ahead and guess that it didn't perform according to expectations. I don't know if it's trash. I'm not going to say it's trash. In fact, I'm not even going to, like, get into the craziness of that, but I'm going to guess that it didn't do as well as they hoped. You don't have to plus 10. I think it's plus 8. Yeah, okay. Awesome. Not equipping pet items when charmed. Charlize, they did fix that. Charlize, they did fix... they fixed enchanter pets. They now take your items. Sometimes good, sometimes bad. Single person vision, lots of time holding and those decisions internally. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of cooks, and that Daybreak is like saying no, you don't get to do that at all. I feel like there is some Daybreak influence in some of the things that they get to do. Sometimes good, sometimes oh yeah, there's like 3 or 4 spots around hate where you can go camp in like 6 to 15. Yeah, yep, true. Back burner item for EG7. So here's the thing. EG7 doesn't really know all that much about what EQL even is. Because they don't... EQL is a number on a piece of paper for them. And it's a number that needs to go up. And unfortunately, but fortunately, the line for the last year for Daybreak is flat. The line for the last year is flat. But... and I don't mean to depress any of you, that is not a bad thing for them. That is stability. And that is an unfortunate thing for us, because what that means is there's no reason to innovate, because Daybreak Games and all of the games that they own are not necessarily something to innovate with. It is a steady income and a steady way to make sure that your foundation of your business is continuing to do well. That is not a happy time. Do you run Infusion of Spirit, Dex Trig for more stats, or just Harness of Spirit? I'm just running Harness of Spirit because that's all I had. I have iOS now, but I'll probably change my buff lineup here in a second. Is there any data on bow quivers haste? Quivers do not work. Quivers do not work. They announced it in a patch that quivers do not work and they need to be fixed, but I have not heard them say that they've fixed them yet. Yeah, I doubt the game is even performing poorly. They probably just overshot with their target. Yeah, I think so too. I mean, I think they're doing well. I know people who've spent thousands of dollars on the game so far. So if I personally, again, anecdotal, if I personally know some people who've spent thousands of dollars, there's a very large chance that there's a lot of other people out there that have spent some ludicrous amounts of money. I do think the group XP thing had a rather large impact on players. I have a few friends that didn't play because it sucked in beta. I told them to chill, but no good. Yeah, well, that's the problem, is every time it's like you can like the game, right? You can like the studio, you can like everything about it, but there's only so many times you're going to walk in and you're going to get smacked in the face before you just don't walk in anymore. I think the community is that small. I have a large number of people using the companion. Oh, Josh plays. Right on. Yeah, I know a lot of people really like the companion, by the way. A lot of people really enjoy that companion. If you're a hardcore player, only fixate on the trio, you're going to max everything out and run clean out of content. Yep, absolutely. And not for nothing, but I think a lot of those people, it's okay. You know, a lot of those people, oh, god dang it. I hate that it does this. I have to redo my stupid, interface load. Do the 2 shaman hots stack? You mean the snare and the attack speed? No. You can actually see how big the community is too, by the way. There's a lot of people who are... a lot of people. There's a handful of people out there parsing how many players are playing. You can actually see just how many there are. All right, HP buff, strength, infusion of spirit. All right, is there anything else that is... we'll use strength as a way. Static. Not really. I think we're good. All right, strength, and then we will save this as our buff. Save, buff, and then quick buff. Oh, no, wait. Whoa, I almost made a mistake. There, that on there, and then cast quick buff. Ooh. Infusion of Spirit spell did not take hold, blocked by Harness of Spirit. Oh. That's fine. Whatever, I don't care enough. Let's see here. Load damage. Oop. And off. There we go. Shielding is better than HOS alone. IOS plus shielding is better. Yeah, that's fine. Senpai Sloth. Eats all values, otherwise store wouldn't exist. Yep. True. Info, gotta use infusion and tuna. Tuna stinks, though. Tuna smells bad. There's nothing for RMT traders because nothing has value. There are items selling on EC Tunnel for a lot of money. I think that if anybody is willing to spend $1 in AA... Oh, no, I didn't frickin'... What have I done? I got up too quick. If anybody's willing to spend $1 in AA, I'm sure there's plenty of people that are willing to spend like $30 on all kinds of other shit. Oh my god, actually, if anybody's... that mount being $15, right? Like, you're spending $5 more than the game on a mount that doesn't do anything. It's kind of wild. They needed to let Drew and Sham hot stack. Very sad it gets blocked. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that would be ridiculously overpowered, yeah? Wouldn't that be, like, a little too strong? I feel like both of those heals are already insanely strong. Doesn't give you 75% speed. It gives you Sow speed. Spirit of Wolf speed. Which you get athletics, and athletics basically gives you roughly Sow speed. More set AFK group, auto command group, broom, plus 10 everything. Yeah, you could do that. Put a mount on the store, but I can't even name my pet. You will be able to soon. What's up, yo? Hey, Broken, did you test water pets and see if they could actually backstab? No, they can't. They can't backstab from the front. They changed that in closed beta. They changed that live, actually. When I was testing it, I was literally talking to secrets when it got changed. What was I doing? I was backstabbing with a two-hander from the front. Just like God intended. Wait, whoa. Follow? I don't know. Where are you going, you nerd? Alias system that's coming out soon now, right? I don't know, man. Has anybody heard anything about the alias system? Does it even still exist? Is it even on the radar? It wasn't on their, it was not on their list of things to come out. their whatchamajing-it there. Roadmap wasn't there. Alias system become rebirth system. Did they say that out loud? Also, that makes no sense whatsoever. Those are two very different things. But hey, seem fed store amount is slow, sadly. So is the marketplace entirely Daybreak, or they're deciding what goes there and getting the profits as their cut? Who knows? We don't know. We can't see the contract. We probably never will see the contract, honestly. We will probably just be without any knowledge on that issue. Obscure question. You might or might not know the answer, but I just completely a Cleric Sky quest for a mace that procs Thurgis Star, but I can't figure out what the proc does. So when you open it up, a thing, where we got some that procs. When you open up a thing like this is an exaltation. You just click on combat effect Lifebane, and it'll tell you what it does. That should work. Yeah, but he wants to know how to, like, operate it in the game. Remember, folks, teach a man to fish. Teach a man to fish. It's vague in game? Ah, okay. The tooltip doesn't tell you? Oh. Well, that's stupid. Thorabin Payne, thank you so much for the follow. How's our boys, Kata and Aporia, doing? Last I knew, they're doing pretty good. I talked to Kata the other day. Actually, I talked to both Kata and Aporia the other day. No, what do we got here? Ooh, arms. Yeah, they were doing pretty good the other day that I talked to them. A lot going on. They're very busy. Very busy. They've got a lot of things to prep for. That Dragon Con. They got the Dragon Con prepping for. Trash bin, promise, loadouts, gameplay. Game was released incomplete. Now they don't need to rush to get anything done because the expectation has been set. I don't know, like... I don't know. I think they needed to rush too. I think that people are assuming that Daybreak and GameJohn have the exact same intentions. Ooh, wait. Why is this... Oh, wait. What the hell? Why am I not healing? Okay. Something is happening. Oh, because my pet is my target? What the fuck? I'm sitting there like spamming myself and my pet kept getting targeted? Oh, it's because I was clicking on the green bar. Damn it. Way to go, Earth Pet. Way to go. Implied healing. Yep. Still got an old comment pinned on your... Oh, I do. Yes, I do. It's a good point. Good point. Do you know anything about the promise they said about giving us loadouts through game? Yeah, I think you got them. I think you received all of the loadouts and things you're going to get through gameplay by getting to level 50 through that achievement. Here's all you need to know, okay? If they actually intended on giving you any more, do you think that they would have told you that by now? And they would have said, oh yeah, we're designing all these cool things, right? Like, they've leaked all these other things that are coming in the game in the upcoming months, and yet they just conveniently didn't tell you the one thing that everybody's bitching about? Yeah, I don't know. As someone who did a lot with behavioral science, that doesn't add up too well. GameJohn wants to try and make it a product. Did you see Enad Glow? Yeah, Pickleweed, I did see it. Well, Pickleweed, did you see that they listed the other products and their numbers, but they didn't list Legends? They didn't list how many sales they had. They didn't list, like, they just said, and they left it at solid. They said solid. Like a poop, you know? Solid like a poop. Find a Brock's quite often. Where's Cardigan? Cool. Does it Brock more than 2 times per decade? No. Look at that server. I looked into that server. Those people are insane. Silicone? Yes, they are insane. They're insanely dumb. And they're going to get sued. They're going to get sued a lot. And it's going to be crazy. And then they're going to be like, why are we getting sued? And then people are going to be like, I don't know. Can't imagine why you'd get sued. Seems like a weird thing. it, man, anybody who says, why would they get sued, no MTX, first of all, never looked at their webpage that has a big donation thing on it. Second of all, THJ didn't get shut down because they got sued because they were asking for money. They didn't even know they were making money. Their court documents quite literally they didn't even know they were making money. They did not even start coming after them until Daybreak claims that they saw their numbers dip through the floor. And they said, whoa, something's happening here. And that's why they sued them. Had nothing to do with them, like, asking for money or any of that. Later, they found out that they were making money. And then, yes, they added it to it. But they sued them well before that was even information. They didn't even know they were making money until July, which was like 2 months after they sued them. Crazy enough. But the other thing that is an issue is because Daybreak owns all that code they're using. And yes, is it the same exact THJ code? No. Is it an early version of the code? Yes. It is an early version of the code that they went in and they adjusted and modified. And there is already a pre-existing court order controlling that code. And if that code is out there and people have it, whether they say that it happened before the lawsuit or not, it does not matter. There is a court order stating that nobody should be in possession of that code. It has already been litigated. It'll be very, very easy for Daybreak. It will not cost them much to put those guys in the ground. It is. They even put it in their GitHub. Yep. Yep. Gonna be wild. Dude, pickleweed. The Q3 reports are gonna be right before the markets day, where the company that took over their board is like, I'll be really curious to see what happens. I was surprised they bought Cold Iron, though. I could not believe it was real. No touching it with a 20-foot pole. Yeah. Imagine the company gets sued and loses, and you say, I think I will copy that. Yeah. It was a choice. It was a choice. I also, by adding Kata and Aporia into that, they asked for getting sued twice. Can't imagine what will happen there. Adding Kata and Aporia and then advertising Hollowed Oath through an EverQuest thing probably was not a smart move either. Because if you want to get sued, by the people you're trying to celebrate, in addition to getting sued by the company that you're violating court order with, that would be one way to do it. No, if you go to the waterfront, it's in like, there's tons of videos out there and there's people who are live streaming it. But like, if you go into the place where Kata and Aporia's characters are, they're talking about Hollowed Oath in the game. Yeah. Unfortunately, THJ killed emulators by being too successful. Well, it didn't kill emulators. It killed its own emulator. Unfortunately, Rogan and Secrets kind of opened the door for Daybreak to step into the emulator community and dictate what's what. And that's why you're seeing like Triune and other people who are not utilizing the normal EQ MU login server. Yep. Woonchi, you're not entirely wrong. Hi, I'm guilty of that, and I feel bad about that, actually. I didn't intend on, like, my content creating that. And to some extent, being a new creator... Ooh, hey there, baby. Being a new creator, I didn't realize the impact that my coverage while I was playing the game would have on something like that. I didn't understand it. And now that I do, I will not ever stream another emulator ever in my life. Ever, ever, ever. But he used AI to check if it was legal beforehand, and Grok explained how it was okay. There you go. I mean, if Grok tells you it's okay, you should probably listen to it. Plenty of respectful working emulators that are working with data. Yeah. Yep. True. I mean, hey, there's plenty of emulators that are working with Daybreak games right now that are also collecting money. Let that one rattle around in your little dome piece a little bit. There we go. Did you see WoW EQ game? I saw it, yeah. Does it have its own Twitch category? Jesus Christ. Can you imagine? All the new emulator rules, which kind of makes most emulators impossible if you read them. Yes, but if you look in there, how many of those emulators are following that rule? I don't really, like, I almost don't even want to talk about this because I don't want to bring any attention to that. But, like, it's not very hard to see that most of those emulators are not even following those rules. You can literally go in there, you can read the letter, and then you can see, like, what the populations are and what everything is doing and see that they're not. And like I said, there's several of them are making money. In fact, 2 of them are making money in the exact way that THJ was. Exact way. Not even like, but the exact way. I meant to be fair, though. They had no history of them even caring about emulators before THJ. I don't think you should take any fault in covering that emu specifically. Yeah, well, that's just the weird thing, right? Is there was a lot of people streaming a lot of things. And, like, I don't like... It is what it is, man. In a part of my life, I decided that I really enjoyed something and I enjoyed being a part of it. Unfortunately, I do feel like the attention that server got was part of what led to its downfall. And, you know, I just know better now. Wait, is there one up there? And I'm just skipping it. It kind of looks like there might be. Oh, they're totally... Oh, there's 2! Oh my god, there's 3! What the hell? Also, this is really slow leveling. I feel like I should go to, like, Soul B or something and just burn it out to 50 or something. I do like getting the armor, though. The armor's nice. They won't have to, blah, blah, blah. Same to follow. They don't have to follow rules. Daybreak doesn't have to enforce it. They just need to be in place for when Daybreak chooses to enforce it. Well, to be fair, if they follow the rules, then they have something called a tacit compliance. And if they follow the rules and Daybreak sues them without serving them with a proper cease and desist letter prior to suing them in the way that they did with THJ, it actually creates a very, very, very bad situation for Daybreak. Because they're essentially saying it's okay and we're not going to pursue you if you follow these rules. It is a tacit compliance. I had to deal with P99, less so with EQM, the private servers. Well, P99 technically runs the login servers. Have a good day, Broken Holly. All right, dude. Later, spam. Put up blame management, real one. I'll be 100% if your miner sprocket will cause THA to get shut down. You probably bought some visibility to it, but the podcast and what was said and boasting about certain things in the community, shit talking Daybreak. Yeah. I don't necessarily, there's definitely content creators that like were very disrespectful about where they put their content and stuff, which I'm not a big fan of that. Oh my God. Yes. Yes. Blah, blah, blah. Do you even D4? No, not at 49 with like no gear and no items and a shitty pet. Certainly not. People tried to argue that before. Plus, if I was doing D4, like I would not be engaging with chat at all. I'd be focusing on every single fight. People tried to argue it before since D-Break for so long, but it didn't work, huh? Yeah. I mean, whatever. It is what it... Ooh, lustrous pants. Nice, hot. I mean, it's whatever, dude. It's gone and over with now. It's never going to come back. There will never be another... THJ. I wish those developers who recreated THJ the best. I genuinely hope they have the forethought to remove Kata and Aporia from their game sooner than later, because they are actively costing them money every day that they do it. And unfortunately, the more and more money it costs them is the more and more money it'll likely cost the developers for that server. I do not see a world It's that new THJ server. There's a reason to moat up spells, Fire Fist and Grim Aura. Yeah, there you go. Hell yeah. Those are, I mean, the attack buffs are very good. I would not personally do Fire Fist if I were you, because there are higher level spells that don't stack with Fire Fist. But Grim Aura is okay. There are spells that don't stack with Grim Aura as well, just to be clear. However, if you're playing a class that has Grim Aura, you are more likely not to be with another class that has something that overrides it. You should play in D1 so mobs don't flee. I probably could do that. Server Horizon definitely watch the content creators, as verified with Kratos getting his Sewer Lord title in beta. Oh, you're talking about EQL? Yeah, for sure. Did you restart your character, or is start up on a different server? No, I just don't. All of my resource, like every bit of my resources has gone into pets. So I don't have anything. I don't really get to... I literally spent the first 2 weeks of the game being out, sitting in the arena parsing things. So I don't really have a lot. What way did they add Kata and Aporia? They put them on the beach in the game, and when you go up and talk to them, they advertise Hollowed Oath. Here in stream where he's playing on an official product. THJ was a blast. I'm with it being gone. My only hope is that EQL eventually lets us do pop. That's really all I want. I found raid time solo. We'll see. I don't know how far they're going to go. It'll be interesting. Yep. I had already brought that up. Was basically told that the devs are in game as NPCs, but swear they don't have common sense. Yep. Really stupid. Really not wise. Jesus, Mary and Joseph. Killing this thing with the speed of a slug. I'm going to recovery. I need to get some mana. You did a bunch of pet parsing. Yeah, which pet has the highest DPS? 1 plus 10. Well, Faux Noodle, let me tell you about which pet has the highest DPS at plus 10. I don't know, because they changed the pets yesterday. Motherfuckers. Right now, the Beast Lord pet has a higher base damage than the mage pets. Look at him spamming Greater Heal. There you go. Now you have no mana, you little bastard. But that being said, they have higher accuracy than the Beast Lord pet does. Not to say that the Beast Lord pet is bad. The mage pets have more utility. Oh my god, what have I done? Get him! I'm rooted. Please, no. Level 10 water pet tank D4 Yale easily. I mean, I'm pretty sure level 1, a naked level 1 could tank Yale though. Just saw, yeah, really awesome. Can't wait for the full breakdown. Hell yeah, we're gonna. Are you a goober? Always. Are you a goofy goober? Yeah, I'm a goofy goober. Yeah. All right, hold on. Do we have the, okay. We're gonna drink one of these. We'll get our mana back. Yale is a nothing burger. What's going on, Silent Knight? How are you? If I had to choose a pet, I'd just choose Necro most of the time. That's the best pet to pair with Puma. However, the best pet, I mean, it depends on what class you're doing. And what you're willing to do for it. This is the casting couch. Please take a seat. No, there's a lot of different things that lean into it. Wanting to do Enchanter Shaman, a pet class goal is to just buff the hell out of the pet and try to, yeah, do Charm. Faux Noodle. Do Charm with the Enchanter, debuff with the Shaman and the Enchanter, and then give the Enchanter, give the Charmed pet Puma, and then just raffle copter your way to the bank with all your loot. Or not. You can automatically store it from the wild if you want to. I'm trying to not charm. Oh. I mean, the Enchanter pet is very good. In fact, if I had to pick a second pet to be like the one to use as a Puma target, the Enchanter pet would probably be it. I upped my water pet to rank 7. It is level 48. I'm 49. Does it even need to be rank 10? No, it does not. It does not. Beast Lord Furry. Yeah, that's because this is important, and I need people to hear this. That's because charm pets are not actual pets. Charm does not make it a pet. It does not give it a pet flag. And therefore, it does not then take over your business. Okay, I'm like going all over the freaking place here. Oh, there you are. Hey there. Good day, sir. Come, be one. We will kill you and get all of your loot, and it'll be great. Breaking up the fourth wall again. Oh, Bill Sharp. Hey, what's up? Beast Lord Flurry. Yep. Low Enchanter Pets gives him superior healing. Ooh. Excited for Saturday roundtable stream. Wait, is it Saturday now? Are they not doing it Friday? Ugh. No, I probably won't watch it. Those things are rage bait for me. Did you know that you can upgrade spells by alt-clicking them from the L or action screen? No. I didn't know that. Why can I use my pet only buffs like Spirit of... Because those are done differently. Those are done differently. So there is a flag in the code, and a charmed pet does not gain that flag by being charmed. Ooh, spicy. Oh, I didn't do that. Did you know? Sure you can. You can lick your elbow. You should try. It'll be fine. You can definitely lick your elbow. Druid Pet Haste lands on charm pets. Yeah, all the pet. Okay, Jesus Christ. Just because I say that the code does not label them as pets does not mean, like... So you have to understand how all that stuff works. So, yes, you can cast pet buffs on charm targets. You can even... Your inventory also does it. However, in the code itself, there is a pet tag that does not get applied to the charm target. It's not a thing. Yes, I know it's called the Weenus. It's pretty nice. What charm nerd? I haven't noticed anything. I'm guessing CC66BB44 is way behind and it's talking. I'm guessing. So I upscale my cursor and have a hard time closing windows. Is it that big? Is the clicking point still at the tip? That sounded dirty. So it sounds like the pet tag is not used for much. It is not used for much. It's true. It is used for, like, killing things. It is used for, they have these formulas about stats that are going on in the background. But as far as buffs are concerned, they do not use the pet. Like, so when they decided to add spell leveling to the game, they used the pet title that they created to utilize a formula in order to upgrade all of the spells and the pets, which is why if you go through and you look at all the pets, they actually grow at the exact same level across all of them, with the exception of hit points. That's why, because it's not even a real tag. Or it wasn't a real tag. It is a tag created for them to be able to adjust things. Also, I was running really slow, probably because I'm a fat kid. Boom, 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 boom. But it is your pet. That's why I was confused. Is all I'm saying. I don't know how many hidden tags they... Oh, yeah, there's tons of things. There's tons of things in the background. If you go through the code, there's so many different, like, weird loopy things. It's so crazy how many, like, weird loopy little things are in the background. I mean, it comes to, like, people talk about that spaghetti code. It's one of the reasons, like, you can pull a string on one thing and, like, something off in, like, some zone that's completely unrelated just starts to break. I have a glandular problem. Whoa. Ogre Bard Silos Travel is my favorite animation. Just 3-person view. Watch fatties rumble. Earthquake. Do you proc Earthquake when you run? What I call my charm companion in the bedroom is between me and the dark elf rogue. Oh, is there a lot of backstabbing going on, Ogre? Is there a lot of backstabbing? You can tell us. We won't tell anyone but the people who are here. Honest engine. No difference on the fact Sky Meteors and Gorgolas still from 350 and 500 DPS. Yep, didn't they add like magic resist though? Didn't they add magic resist to the meteors? Backstab, front stab, side stab, face stab. But they're nervous about overpowering pets. They are. They are. It's fine. I think if pets got a little bit of buff, I think they could do a little bit different stuff with them too. For instance, my solution, if anybody cares, would be that they take off the level cap on pets, on pet spells, and they let you level them up, and like the mage pets and stuff would go up higher. And by doing that, it would actually allow you to each thing, like section, so your pet would have like a list of spells, and by leveling it up, you would actually gain access to different spells. And maybe if you got like plus 10, this would be like a big stretch goal, but like maybe if you got to plus 10, it would even give you a way to like adjust the spells. You could pick which ones it uses, or maybe it would just give you a slash command to turn the spells off entirely. That would be cool. But I think that taking off the cap on that stuff would fix a lot of their problems in general, because it's where a lot of the problem is coming is it's crunching them down. It's trying to squish the character down into this thing that it wasn't. So it's like going up and then it's getting squished down, which is why the stats are different when you use a focus item versus when you just have it leveled to a certain level. And it's crap. It's a lot of crap. It would be nice to be able to pick what spell uses. Yeah, sure would. Sure would. Plus 10 should feel more special for everything. Comrade, you're more special to me regardless of whether you're plus 10 or you're plus 0. I just need you to know that, okay? Also, really weird question, guys. How's the mic been today? I changed all my audio settings on my mic. And I just want to know, is it terrible? Is it okay? We had like 3 or 4 people who were like, man, you're clipping your mic constantly. And I was like, uh-oh. And I went in and I looked at it and I was like, oh, I am clipping my mic, but not in the way you would think. Nice. Good, good. Awesome. Thank you very much. I don't know, looks less vertical than before, almost flaccid. Oh, it's an unexcited mic. Oh, I need to kill this chick. What does she have? She has something that I was after. What is she? Oh, she has the other staff. She has the fire staff. That's right. You have the fire staff, you dirty little... You dirty little so-and-so. I don't need to cast that. I appreciate it, guys. I really do appreciate it. I had a lot of people kind of be... Well, a lot. I had like 3 people make comments in my video. And they were like, hey, man, your mic's clipping. It sounds terrible. One dude, he broke my heart. He said... It reminds me of being on an airplane and the pilot coming over the intercom service. People can be so cruel. I actually don't care. It shows they listened. Fair. Does not have Firestaff. Magia Pitasa has both. Almost positive. Oh, on the wiki it lists this. On the wiki it lists Mistress of Scorn. I was surprised. I was like... That's really weird, but if Pitasa has it... Okay. I was gonna say... Warrior get better. I would like to see Warrior have, like, something to make it unique as well, Silicone. I think that, like, Warrior is one of my favorite classes, and I do feel like it's in a really weird state. They gave it that weird regen thing, which I don't think is actually all that great. Okay, so, Slayer. Something that's really funky is in the raid instances, mobs have different loot tables than in private instances. I know it doesn't make any sense, but they edited the mob's loot table for the private instance and for the open world instance. And then when you go into the raid instance where they created those before they did the adjustment, they didn't actually do any of the loot adjustments for the actual raid. Just give warrior two-handed dual wield, easy peasy. Can we get that, please? Can we get it? I'm pretty sure it's called Titan Grip, but we have to call it something that's not Titan Grip, right? I want to dual wield my Fiery Avenger and my Torrid Corruptor. So do you get less loot in private instances? No, it's just, so like this mob, matter of fact, actually, when I kill this, she's going to drop Bard loot. She's going to drop Bard loot. Look, Bard loot. Look at that. Weird. See that? And that's because they didn't update the mini bosses to drop anything other than what they drop. However, if you kill any of the smaller things, you'll see like if I kill this guy, he can drop pants for any class. If I kill this guy, he can drop pants for any class. Like they changed the way that loot works in the planes. And when they did that, they didn't update certain things, but they did update other things. And it's super goofy the way it works. Only for big classes, you son of a bitch. D&D 3.5 called it Monkey Grip. Oh yeah, baby. Have you played Shadow Necro Shaman here yet? I loved it on THJ. It's very strong, Sean Luke. It's very strong. Why would you take that guy's pants? I can think of some reasons I would take another man's pants. I'm playing that right now. It's not fast for leveling, but I'm at +4. Yeah, it's not fast for leveling, but when you get to level 50, it does insane DPS. Absurd DPS. Has anyone know Bandolier takes 2 clicks to change from dual wield? Yes, I do. Would you like to know why? $50. Just kidding. Just kidding. It desyncs from the server. So funny enough, we were talking about THJ earlier. One of the problems with Bandolier is the check that it does to make sure you have the items makes it hiccup on itself. And when it's done really quickly, it basically is hiccuping on itself, and they haven't fixed the code for it. $50, simmer down, Daybreak. Whoa, God, oh, Jesus. Listen, you want to buy this really cool mount? It's right here. It's called the can. It's called the Diet Key Can. Okay, it's called the Diet Key Can. This is the new mount. $17. Okay, it'll be great. It'll be fine. Like it's pretty fast. Like kind of fast. It actually doesn't move. I'm sorry, guys. It's a mount that doesn't move. Okay. But think about all the cool things. You could step on it right here, like right here, and then it actually caves in on your shoe, and you can walk around with it on your shoe, and then it's moving. It's basically a mount at that point, right? You're riding the can, kind of, or it's riding you, something. I don't know. Look, very nice, very fancy, high quality H2O right here. But does it fly? It does when you throw it. Sure does. I'm not even DPS. I'm not casting anything, so I'm like doing ass DPS here. Oops. It's so long that slow is breaking. But does it fly? Turret mount. I am leveling up Enchanter for Charm. Am I late to the party? No, you're not. Still very good. Can microtransaction go back to being micro? I mean, it is funny that the cost of that mount is more than the cost of the game, right? I do think that was an interesting choice. Do you think that they don't understand value of the things that they're selling, or they're just throwing prices out there knowing that people will spend it and like be happy spending the money? Like, I'm genuinely curious. That's not even me being facetious at all. Like, I'm genuinely wondering, because I have to wonder if like they just don't understand the value of some of the things they have. I think the mount is ugly too. Oh, it is very ugly. I saw an ogre riding it. I took pictures of it. It's not pretty. No enchanter is dead class. No point to play it. Charm nerfed too much after playing Sky. Sarcasm. Not even casting and still doing more DPS than the pet. Actually, I think the pet was actually doing all the DPS there. Daybreak thinking, who cares if they buy it? Then buy it. Yeah. People say leveling in D4 is inefficient, but it's situational. With Charm D4 gets you Rogue Charm camps that don't normally have them, and some class combos. Kill speed doesn't actually change that much between difficulties, so the same percent XP increase is worth more. That's a good point. Ogre, that's a really good point. They're just throwing out prices to see what people will pay. They're just putting out prices to tag on it. It's probably some nerd in the corner that doesn't play games making prices, maybe. They know anyone's still playing EverQuest, likely. Yeah. They kind of said that in the financial report, which was really weird to read. It's weird to read about yourself as a commodity. And they kind of said, like, in their financial meeting, basically, like, they didn't say it in the exact words, but they alluded to the fact that basically, because, you know, EverQuest is one of the three most memorable video games in existence, that it's basically they can do no wrong. Like it's basically like it's an auto win, which was weird. Like I said, it was very weird to read that, right? Like it was very strange to be like, huh, tell me how you really feel. 100% player exploitation. I mean, it's not, I mean, there's got to be some accountability, right? Like you as a player have the power of your own wallet. Brass even told you, you have the power of your wallet and you have the power of your time, and you decide whether or not you spend either. Aha. I actually like her too. Kind of makes me feel bad. I've talked to her a couple of times, like outside of the public eye. She's a very nice person. Very, very nice person. Maybe they have MTX better than like EQ. Forgot. Yeah, no, they do. So some of the things that they have priced exactly like live EQ. Sorry, I've joined late, and I'm sure you've talked about it. How's Beast Pet feeling now? Chorizo! First of all, I absolutely love Chorizo. It's very good. Second of all, it's better than the Mage Pet. Like, it does more auto attack damage than the Mage Pet. It does about 8 to 10% more damage, but it's still not great because the kit that it has, being a Beast Lord, makes it very not so much fun. Not so much fun at all. Shit. I meant to put slow back on there. No. Slow. D4 Unrest is very efficient at zone mobs. Yep. I think there's a large percent of whales in EQ population. Bet on that. Yeah. Yep. I don't know why I'm doing this either, because I'm in the wrong stance. We do this. And then 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 we do this. That's a long cast. Let's see here. Amounts on the game sell for that amount, so they'll copy what already works. Fair. I mean, that could be it, too. They understand the price very well. About how well do you understand what you're paying for? She spanked my... Oh, Jesus Christ. You can like her and still be critical of her because she has some weird approach. I agree. There's definitely been some times when I've been like, there's no world where she should have said what she just said. But okay. Like, hey, you know, people say things. People do things. I've said things. I've done things. Not all of them have been the wisest and smartest things. Just got my shaman to 50. Puma time. Nice. I think there's a larger percentage of whales in most games than you like to believe. Just because you see complaining about microtransactions on Reddit doesn't mean it's the majority. Fair. But their financial report suggests that maybe, just maybe, this one didn't make quite as much cheddar as they hoped. I do. That's why I canceled my account. And my 2 sons. Ooh, Jay Sega. You canceled your EQL account? Oh crap! I forgot to. No, I meant to put the freaking. I gotta put cure on here. Heals, cure. All right, hold on. Wait for him to swing. Sit. Stand. Haha, got him. That's how you win. Oh, I reset. Whoops. That's not how you get them. That's not right there. What happened? That's not what... See? Mistakes. Right there. I just made one. I think it made a ton of money. I think it also got a ton of refunds and cancels. So Purify Priest, they just had their financial report launch. To which they kind of did like a, go look over there. I mean, boasting about Discord numbers when beta keys were being given out isn't an accurate representation of possible population. Yeah, that's true. There are out there some people who are parsing the population, which I don't know what their target was. Could have been any number of things, frankly. Come on, die. Nobody likes you, okay? Just ask anyone. No one likes you. You're the worst. Master of spite? Good God, that guy resists everything. Guy's a jerk. We don't even invite him to parties because he's such a jerk. I almost canceled during the pre-order beta, but I'm glad I didn't. Yeah. Yep. I think that the game is a lot of fun. I would hope that like people would at least try it, and I think that a lot of people would have fun. They have done things that I'm really not excited about, but I will say that the game is fun. The game is enjoyable. The game is certainly worth $20. Oh, new breastplate. Doot, doot, doot. They didn't release numbers for EQL because that report only covered until June. Did you see that they released report numbers for the game in July? The one that launched in July? My kids piss me off sometimes too, but I would never cancel them. No. They had the stats from a game that released like 2 weeks ago. But it's fine. Like, I don't expect them to, honestly. But I do think that saying something like something has a steady start is a very weird thing to say about something that recently launched. But that is speculation. That is opinion. And who knows? Maybe they had the best start ever and they're just trying to hide it so they can, like, smoke out the guys who, the guys who are trying to take over the company. Paying $10 a month for a game is nothing. At $120 a year, they can sell anything they want in the store. Just don't engage with it. Yeah. It's nothing. It's not nothing to everyone. I know a lot of people get very opinionated about this particular issue, but it is important to realize that not everybody out there is in the same situation. Some people, this is a way, like, this is therapeutic to them. Some people are on limited incomes and all kinds of things. I say this as a former parole officer and someone who works with veterans who have very limited incomes quite often. And so it is a good idea to just remember that there are people out there who are not capable of doing things and do seek these things as a way of enjoyment and don't necessarily, like, they have to be careful about where they spend their money. You think Daybreak Games is going to be bought out? No, their board was bought out in November of last year. Their board, their chair and everything was replaced. Former, I just interviewed for that position about 2 weeks ago. Which one's that? About what percentage of players do you think will be sticking around? I don't know. I have no idea. I will be genuinely curious to see what ends up happening with that stuff. I don't even know if, like, it's going to be quantified. I mean, obviously it'll be a percentage, right? But I have no idea. Like, I will be curious to see, like, the first or second week of September, what the numbers look like. People pay $7 for Starbucks. Yeah, that's absolutely fair. And some people can't afford Starbucks coffee. Oh, you said probation officer. Yeah, I was a probation officer for about 20 years. If you're being careful about where you spend your money for time spent, hard to beat $10 a month for an MMO sub. Could be. Could be. All depends. Different people have different flavors. I'll give them $10 more to get my gear in an okay state, and if next patch doesn't do anything, I'm done till Kunar. Yeah. I think that that's a fair take, too. People are going to do what's important for them, and that's exactly what they should do. There are different people who have different levels of patience and expectations, and those people should do what's best for them. Now I want coffee. I'll gladly pay the sub fee just for the security of playing without the fear of it getting yanked like THA did. That's fair, too. That's fair, too. When I'm subscribed, it's not just the money, it's my attention. $1 a month gets my attention. Your attention is worth far more. Or I guess it's not if I decide it isn't. Exactly. Jay Sega, exactly. I'm hoping they do some better patches. Still having fun, though. Yeah, exactly. I hope they communicate better. Death Star, what's going on, man? I know someone that spends 17 on Starbucks. Oh, my God, yeah. I know lots of people who spend insane amounts of money on that stuff. I know people who literally don't make any money and spend money on that stuff. And that's just their prerogative, right? It just sucks to be in a situation where you are trying to be responsible. That's my point is that there are people in different circumstances, and we should never, or in my opinion, we should never try to like put our own beliefs or our own situation, right? Our own antidote to their issues and their situation, because we just don't know. Mistmore patch, yeah, the Mistmore stuff is a little weird. I don't know, like they didn't really do much, right? They didn't really do much. Death Star with the 5 consecutive streams, you savage. You absolute savage. I think box price was monthly. RMT is a bit much. It is odd. It is odd in the landscape, but it is what it is. Sounded really exciting, and it seemed like nothing was changed. Day and night doesn't seem different. Yeah, I don't know. Like, there's a couple mobs that spawn at night. Maybe, is it that there's, like, do they drop, like, different loot at night? I went in there, I saw that not much was changed. I got 2 items from in there, and then I left. That was the extent of my Mistmore experience. I'll go back when I level other classes, and I'll check it out, but, like, it was not very, it didn't stand out to me all that much. Full revamp was a dramatic overstatement. Yeah. I think that's it. Is there, like, they said there was some kind of nighttime thing. Did they do anything with the nighttime thing? The mobs turn into the vampire ladies. Maybe their aggro range is larger at night. Oh, Mistmore seems sloppy. Mobs are packed in way too tight. That is the way that it was supposed to be. So that has nothing to do with Game John. It has to do with the way that the actual zone operates. So it was designed that way because the whole idea was like you were breaking into the like Grand Master Vampires like coven, basically. You know, you were going into this place where like no human should dare go on account of the evil Mistmore, and you know. It's like Dungeons and Dragons. It's the whole idea is like it's supposed to be sort of a narrative experience where you're being overwhelmed in these hallways. What the shit? I don't even know what's going on. People just walking on walls and shit. Let's see here. Full revamp should 500 credits per month. Let us sub live. Yeah, that could be an interesting thing. Also, like, they had a bunch of items that were supposed to be in the shop that they didn't launch in the shop. I kind of wonder what's going to happen with those. Much like the mentoring system. Like, there's a handful of stuff we just didn't hear about anything. We still don't know what the alias system is going to be. Or when it's going to be. Player housing. I haven't heard anything about player housing. And I know, like, people are like, we don't care about player housing. Well, you know, they said it was going to be in the game, and I don't know. Like, where... I guess... I don't know. The mom's turned into vampire ladies. I feel like EQL's issue right now. The devs are over-promising and under-delivering. Yeah. I was hoping for Mayong. That would be cool. I was thinking, like, you had a lot of room for, like, fun little finicky quests to create in there, right? Like, that's what I was thinking. Like, maybe the Avenging Caitiff would have, like, an upgraded Electrum-bladed Wakazachi or something like that. Like... Or maybe maybe they had like a Mayong quest where like you go in there and you have to like I don't know, you stop the goody good two shoes from invading the cat. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Like, there's so many different things you could have done that would have been really neat and interesting. I don't know what happened. Maybe they ran out of time, or maybe like they just had to push it through, because they've got Rajarkian Foothills is supposed to be out in like what, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, something like that. So maybe that's the issue. Like maybe they just couldn't get to it in time. I don't know. It's hard to revamp a dungeon while keeping it classic. Not much you can do. People want the old zones. Wunchi, 100%, but they didn't really, like, they didn't even give it the Blackborough treatment. They didn't even give it the Befallen treatment. It's like all the same mobs, all the same location, with a couple of new pieces of loot. That was all I saw. Oh, shit, I care about it. Give me the spots, put my trophies and my exploits. Yeah. Give me a place that I can go and I can swoon the ladies. You know what I'm saying? They better fix other stuff before throwing in housing. Well, that's true too. Checked out Mistmore yesterday. Not bad, but definitely smaller revamp. Housing Bazaar and game. Oh, that was another thing. You know they advertised before the game came out. They advertised like there would be a stone in EC Tunnel that was going to take you to a location where there was going to be like a whole market and like a big thing in EC Tunnel. And I'm guessing like maybe that got shifted to, what is it, New Sebelis or whatever. But I don't know. It's really weird. Like they had this whole thing. They talked about it. They even like, you'll click on the thing and like it'll take you to this place. And it was all in EC Tunnel. It was all supposed to be this big thing in EC Tunnel. But it never happened. There's an EQL promo video from the convention a few weeks ago. People are fighting NBC, Mayong, and MM in that video. Are fighting. Wait, what? Are you for real? Or are you pulling my leg? Scoresby. You messing with me here? So is Mana Stone in the game or not? That's another thing. Mana Stone is not in the game as far as I know. They said it would be in the game, but it will be in a place or a situation in which you won't know or you won't recognize. It'll be a little different than expected. I have no idea what that means. Could mean a lot of things, I guess. Mayong is one of the that are supposed to be rare. He's special on an NPC. Well, he's in the game later on, but I don't, whatever. What's the point of saying $10 a month is nothing to you, though? If they offered a poo emoji for $10 a month, you'd pay for it because it's just $10. Ultimately, it's good or not. Yeah, that's a good point, Jay Sega. It's good, Sega. Bazaar Mistmore is good for upping Ring of Scale faction. Although, in today's day and age, you think about it, and there's like a lot of people who like will subscribe to a TV show, like a TV channel. I can't believe, the percentage of people who have subscriptions to multiple like Netflix accounts and stuff. Have you guys seen this? There's like a stat out there that shows like how many people are like subscribed to not one, not two, but like even 3 Netflix accounts. And it's like, wait, how did that even happen? Like, you were just like, oh man, I can't forget my password, or I forgot my password to the account. I might as well just like get another account. I don't know, like maybe I'm just a cheap ass, but good God, I would throw a huge fit. I found a weird book in Ring Freeport next to the bank, and it makes the door opening sound. Hard to tell if it's Mana Stone related or just artificial. Yeah, it could be. If I find an item and I don't recognize it, I look it up 100% of the time. Matter of fact, actually, where's it? I found the arrows in Mistmore. Like, I got that item, and I was like, I don't recognize this. What is this? They're called a fading memory. And I was like, I don't know what this thing is. What have they done? And I was like, oh, it's actually something really cool. Rocket Money finds those $5 DoorDash subs you forgot about. Oh, baby. DoorDash. It's a trap. DoorDash, it's a trap. All right. I know that this is a really common place for a lot of mobs to walk across. I used to get killed here a lot. Because there's like rogues that path through here a lot. I don't even know why I'm killing this stuff. Oh, there. Speak of the frickin' devils. Speak of the goddamn devils. This is what I'm talking about. Fading memory. Jesus Christ. Waldstein. What are you trying to do? What are you trying to do? The split of everything streaming service into 4 and adding adverts. Dark elf butthole spreading area. They like, oh, DJ Wiggly Bits. No doubt, friend. No doubt. DoorDash is very useful. I mean, it's scheduling one of my partners across country, but I still want to send their dinner. Oh my God. That's an awesome idea. I should do that. Should do that. Same thing I do every night, Pinky. Trying to start a fire. I just wish they'd communicate better. I've heard rumors of why it is, but I've never seen any confirmed reasons. I'll be curious to see, what happens in the upcoming weeks and in the month. I'll be curious to see what happens past the 28th. What rumors? No, the rumors. The rumors. I wish they purged the people that want it to be hardcore game, not a fun game. Quick question for chat, as I doubt you bought the mount. I see the mount has the same thing as the items. Looks like you can buy more mounts and add that. Oh yeah, you validate. You want to see something strange? You want to see something strange? You want to see something weird? You like my unholy steed +6? Do you like my unholy steed +6, boy? Do you like it? Yeah, you absolutely can. Do you see they're shutting down feedback threads on Discord? No, Wangberg. Tell you what, why don't you go link that comment to me? Why don't you go link that comment to me, buddy? They deleted it. They took it out. Oh, it's faster than instant speed. Right? It's so fast. So furious. You're not going to find it, Wangberg. They took it down. Yes, I did see the comment, but they did also take it down. Wait, this is the room. Yeah. No, they took it down. I don't know why they took it down, but they took it down. I snapshotted the dev saying he didn't know it. Yeah, that was Alia. Yeah, that was Alia. Saying, I don't know. Wait, what? I didn't know about this. And then like 2 hours later, they took it down. Oh, does the first package guy ever drop anything other than keys? Yes, she can drop belts. She can drop... There's like a bunch of random items she can drop too. But she doesn't drop anything useful to like unlocking anything. Apparently no one knows why they had put it up either. Yeah, it's... I don't know. Who knows? Maybe it was just like a rogue mod or something. Ooh, oh, Pothic kilt. We don't want no Pothic kilt. Brossi. No, it wasn't her. I saw a lot of people saying that, but it wasn't her. It was the, what was it, Claw or whatever? I don't even know the guy's name. What's up with his pet out DPSing you? Listen, shh, it's okay. It's okay. He does so good. He's such a good boy. He's such a good boy. He's doing God's work out here, okay? I mean, he's doing okay, though. He's doing, 100 DPS. And I'm not really buffing him. Boy, let me tell you, when I get 50... When I get 50 and I put Puma on him and he's running around just destroying everything in the world, then people will know. Then people will know. It was Claude that did that. Weird. I thought he was a volunteer. I have no idea. I don't know. Is it CLAWD or whatever? Is that his name? Cloud? Is it supposed to be Cloud? I don't know. Is your Earth pet +10 right now? He is. Yeah. He is +10. He's a real boy. You want to see him? You want to see him do big stuff? Oh, never mind. I have aggro. I have no... listen. I have no... If they actually did the feedback thing, it would be kind of funny. I do think that they need to do something. They need to do something to regain control of their Discord. Because right now, they do not have control of their Discord. People would probably disagree with me on this one, but from a risk management standpoint, if you come out and you say, okay, people, no more clown emojis, next clown emoji gets a ban. Next clown emoji gets a ban. Next clown emoji gets a ban. Next clown emoji gets a timeout. Long one. Couple days. Next clown, like you gotta roll in there with authority. Because if you're in there and you're like, we aren't putting up with this anymore, and then you take a soft touch to the next person who does it, nope, you fucked up. You handed all power that you may have had away. And Payneal just stopped spawning. Wait, the patch of skeletons in Payneal just stopped spawning? You're boo. The fact that allow full links in Discord without it being removed shocked the hell out of me. Yeah. That is a thing too, for sure. But like, so it comes from the very same mindset or thought process of like running a prison. So like nobody really thinks about this, but when you work in a prison and you're working a unit, you're like one person, and there's usually like 20 up to 60 individuals that your one person is in charge of. How does that work? Why don't the people just turn around and kill the guard? Well, because the fear of the outcome of killing that guard, fear will keep them in line. Can you not just stop allowing reactions? You could, yeah. I don't know why they don't do that. Probably because they want, I genuinely think they just want to take a soft touch to things. B-Strafe, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate you. Is the Heritage Ring a super rare drop? Heritage Ring? I don't know what do you mean Heritage Ring? Is there a Heritage Ring I don't know about? Is it like an O-ring? You can tell me. I think they would remove reactions and respond to others. I'll have to check it, so long as they fear you. I mean, listen, if you're right, you're right. Okay? And if everything out there says you're right, then you must be right. I don't agree. They had a weird post the other day where somebody was complaining about communication, and like there was a lot of really good feedback that was provided. There was also a lot of shitters, which is unfortunate because those shitters ended up taking priority and they deleted all the good feedback, claiming that it was all a bunch of toxic people, which is too bad because there was honestly a lot of really good info in there. Ring Off the Noble has a Warn effect, -10. Oh, yes, it's her rare drop. I've worked in game dev for 20 years, and I can tell you that a lot of these people don't want to be the bad guy, even at a detriment to a project deadline. It's okay. Do your best instead of hit that shit or you're out. Yeah. So Agony, really funny that you bring that up, because I do think, and this is no disrespect to the developers and stuff, Game John, I do think they've arrived at a point where like if the mistakes keep happening where like information is not making it into patch notes, if it's a mistake and the mistake continues, or if it's a functionality or a problem within the process where the ball keeps getting dropped, well, guess what? The ball dropper needs to rethink of their employment. You know, maybe brush up on their resume a little bit. Like you're at a point where it's like you're costing money, you know, and it is a business at the end of the day. And there are a lot of people depending on that service. And you're literally like your actions are literally bringing negativity to that overall situation. Now, I don't think you should heed every troll and every person who's crying and whining and carrying on. But when a major ball gets dropped, typically, you know, a head rolls, right? Like somebody's responsible. So what are we going to do? No wearing 2 works and works in a way slot if you put them in. Oh, okay. If a mistake happens multiple times, same way, it's no longer a mistake. Right. Can't fire the CEOs. Well, but who's the CEO? Are you talking about Secrets? The Secrets is the only employee of Game John. Actually, that's not true. There's 2 employees of Game John. Secrets and their wife. Also, I can confirm plus 15 is Warren and regen cap. I imagine the mana regen cap is also 15. Ah, no. Rogan's not a part of Game John. I didn't mean to pull 2. No. Rogan is not an employee. He's a contracted employee. They're all contracted employees. Zundal, thank you so much for the follow. It's really the best way for them, like secrets, to manage the business. Because if you think about it, in many states, including like Vermont, the state I'm in, you wind up in a really weird. Oh, I guess I just can't land poison on this guy. You wind up in a really like messy situation where you have to pay for like people's health insurance and stuff like that, as opposed to if they're like a contracted employee. There's often loopholes, so you can get around some of that stuff. Also, like overtime laws and things like that, you can often get around. Nature of IT anymore, really. Most people are contracted. Yeah, I think Secrets is out here in Seattle where I am, and employees are extremely expensive. Secrets is in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania. Ooh, Cryo Silk. Whoa, wait a minute. I just realized. Those are the Cryo Silk. That's interesting. Never mind. I must be thinking of someone else. Maybe Pirate Software. I think that's someone that streams. I don't know. San Francisco? I don't fucking know. I'm not even going to pretend like I do know. You're in Portland? Nice, dude. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. No. I live in Vermont, which is like... Nope. It's too much. No. All right, what else are we killing up here? Oh, hey. I mean, there's so many. Like, look at all... I know the cleric is in one of these buildings. I think this is the building he's in, right? Yeah, the evangelist. The evangelist of hate. He's evangelizing hate. What's going on, J-Doc? Seattle sucks anyway. I hear it's like super expensive. Aren't you guys like, wait a minute. Whoa. I did see something on the news. Aren't you guys like, isn't there like a call to remove your mayor or some shit? Is that Seattle? Am I crazy? I mean, I'm probably crazy too. But I think I did hear like there's a call. The evangelist may be dressed like a cleric, but he no cleric at all. Much cheaper to hire someone in Freeport. Quanos has too many employment standards. Whoa, listen. I think you got that mixed up, friend. I think you got that mixed up. Freeport has all those dirty, corrupt guards. Dirty, corrupt guards. The mayor of Seattle is unintentionally hilarious. It's like that everywhere. We have one of those here, too. Oh, yeah. What would you expect? Oh, Jesus Christ. Bleak, no. No. Where's my squirt bottle? Where's my squirt? Hey, somebody squirt Bleak 11 right now. Squirt him. No. No. Bad Bleak. Oh, damn, Evangelist dropped nothing. I know. Well, he drops a book, right? Quanos has a UFO in it. Fruits and nuts over there. Yeah, exactly. Kool-Aid. Just drink the Kool-Aid. Just drink the Kool-Aid, wear the Reeboks. Can he? Oh, he can drop cleric armor also? Oh, interesting. Kool-Aid is delicious. True. What kind of Kool-Aid is your guys' favorite Kool-Aid? Oh, yes, he drops the book. Auto loot sold it. Dumb book. I'm not gonna lie. This is probably the this is the least meta thing that I could do to level. Like, I could have been level 50 probably hours ago. But I'm actually kind of having fun just running around, like, talking to you guys and just throwing some dots up on stuff. Grape drank. Magic Cultist Kool-Aid is the best. Hell yeah. Watermelon. Red Scorpion Games, what's going on? Oh, I guess they don't like dwarves. Oop. Jeez. Watermelon. Yeah, grape. Grape's really good. Cherry. Cherry. Red Kool-Aid. The kind that dyes literally everything. Your face, your hands, everything. What makes SK Necro Shaman do so much damage? So I'm not an SK right now, so I can't show you. SK's got a recent AA, which makes their life proc, Jesus Christ. It makes their life steal spells do more. And so you can couple that and crit for more damage with the Necromancer life taps. So by using the two of those things together, you can land some seriously big blows, giggity, and you can profit by doing so. The other big thing is obviously like access to the vampirism items, things like that, because the Shadow Knight will have better access to alternative weapons versus the Necromancer, whereas the warrior will not have access to those things. Yep. So the Necromancer, you'll be able to use their dots, or I'm sorry, their life taps, but it'll also do more. It's pretty good. Combo would the Spellblade be worth it? No. I don't know. I'm gonna have to like I'll tinker with Spellblade some more once I get more time, but Spellblade is just poopy butt. So are you going to do a video of the stuff that is going on? I missed most of the stream. Death Star, when you say the stuff that is going on, do you mean like... Oh, wait a minute. For some reason, I feel like this is not where I want to be. But we're going to be here anyway. Are you talking about like the patch and stuff? Or are you talking about the pet? Are you talking about the builds? Are you talking about... What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Willis? Also, you're fun. Don't feel like you have to like watch everything. I'm really... So this is the downside of playing in the closed beta, was that I got to play with Spellblade when it was really, really good. And so it just feels really, really bad now. But also, it doesn't proc very much. The procs per minute on Spellblade is pretty terrible. Like 3, which is like... You can't do much with that. When I logged on, people were talking about the patch and issues that are going on. Oh, yeah. I'll be talking about it a little bit, but that's kind of why, like, this right here for YouTube and for Twitch, this was kind of like the idea was to kind of talk about it, let people process, let people kind of talk about how they feel about things, kind of work through it. Some people still swear by it, though. Yeah. No, I mean, that's fine. I mean, let them play the way they want to play. If it's good for them, great. Awesome. Knock yourself out. I hate it. I hate it. There's a lot of other things you can do, though. If you really like the idea of, like, a proc build, you're really going to have to do Puma. Vampiric Embrace, Puma, any number of, like... There's so many proc spells you can use now. Hell, the new Life Tap proc... for monks and beast lords. I mean, really good. That's a really awesome proc, frankly. I think if I keep going this way, there's like some... Oh, man. Oh, Magi Pitasa. We haven't killed Pitasa yet. I think there's like a room full of dudes. I don't want to like... Hey, look. Guys, it's where Innie's supposed to be. Guess what? Oh, we missed a haunted chest. How dare we? Apparently it doesn't proc very much. Yeah. So I run Ranger, Necro, Shaman, TLDR. What pet should I max? Necro. Necro pet. Most win comes from Necro with that build. So Pal SK Shaman is the way. I mean, Pal SK Shaman isn't necessarily a terrible build. A lot of fun things in there. I'm really hoping it's tough because like if they buff two-handers, and this is the problem with the old statement of like, why don't they just buff every class so that they're good as the really good one? is because if you buff like two-handers right now, you're going to make the class that is currently doing like ludicrous amounts of damage do even more ludicrous amounts of damage. And that sucks. Ooh, Insidious Pantaloons. Goodbye, Insidious Pantaloons. So it's like one of those situations where, like, you know, people really want to see... This is actually what happened on THJ, too. I don't know how many of you guys remember this, but everybody was complaining that white damage wasn't doing enough. Xiao Xiao, I don't know where in the world you are right now, but Xiao Xiao is one of the people that are to blame. Xiao Xiao, it's your fault. I don't know if you're still out there, but I just want everyone to know that it's all Xiao Xiao's fault, and that's just the way it is. I'm joking. It's not Xiao Xiao's fault. But there were a lot of people who complained about melee not doing enough. They were like, oh, all the spellcasters, they have all this, and they do these things, and they're so strong, and they're so powerful. And then that's what they did, is they buffed melee, and it got buffed so high, and then all of a sudden the spellcasters are also using melee, and then it got bonkers, and it turned insane, and, you know, paladin, warrior, monk became the most busted thing for a little while, and then some of the other casters figured out that they could exploit other things with melee. It was super dumb. What class is the ludicrous build? Happy Xiao Xiao and his pal Monk Burr. Yep. Nerf Shaman Enchanter. Thanks. I'm riding the struggle bus right now with my trio, so I'm hoping maxing some of his stuff helps. I got Odium to 7, but it's still rough. Yeah. Make sure when you cast Odium that you are in an empowered stance. Make sure you drop the debuffs. Get Burning Affliction 3, and make sure you buy all the appropriate AAs that attach to dots, and you will be very, very happy with Odium. They don't need to try and balance this game like it's a competitive game. It's a fun solo power fantasy of EQ. That's it. It's not a new game in itself. There's no PvP. Let people have fun. Yes, but no. I'm kidding. The problem with just allowing massive outliers to exist is that then people who don't play those massive outliers feel bad, and those become the meta, and people just play that meta, and they don't actually play any of the other things. And then people who like those other things, pets, become really disenfranchised and really upset that the thing that they like in the game is really, really terrible, comparatively speaking. And then people get upset, and then they go to Reddit, and they go to Discord, and then they scream and cry and yell and hurt people, or maybe they just hurt feelings. I don't know. And then, you know, it's all downhill from there, really. It's not great two-hander damage. So it comes from threading spells and attacks, and it's not that two-hander damage is doing really crazy damage. It's the fact that you can use... I'm doing it right now, actually. I don't even know if people are paying attention, but like basically it's the fact that you can utilize your slow auto attacks to cast spells in between. And so what you're basically doing is you're like, oh, okay, I'm going to need to cast Odium on this again. So my spell, my auto attack just went off, right? Goes off. I really didn't need to cast it again, so there wasn't any point. But basically what you're doing is you're swinging and you're casting spells in between. So in that build that I was just talking about, where you're talking about life taps, right? And you're using Necromancer and Shadow Knight, basically what you're doing is you're threading the life taps with the two-hander swings. So if you use something like Torrid Corruptor, which procs a heal, like a life tap over time, all of a sudden you're dotting in between. So you're landing things like Odium and E-Bolts, and you're also using Puma on you and your pet, and then you're also life tapping in between your swings. All of a sudden, if you find yourself doing 1200 DPS, you might be surprised. Maybe you're not surprised at all. I don't know. That's one reason I like Garduk so much. Yeah, exactly. Garduk is a great example because Garduk does really, really good damage, but it also can be attached to some really amazing procs. Has been a great combo. SK Shaman Mage. Nice. They don't need to try and class combo. SK is how bad? So is Earth Pet best pet? No. I'm just having fun with the Earth Pet because it doesn't take any management, really. He's just kind of doing his thing. He's very strong. He's a very strong boy. Oh, Mother Lover. I didn't take his health before I level. I need to do that. Oh, wait, no. Oh, no, because he's 48 right now. Yeah. Hold on. Shit. I didn't even think to do this. I got to go into my report here. I didn't even think about the fact that I leveled. And because I leveled, I need to update all of my forms with all my pets. Inversion Invo is good for that too. Cast time that goes in a global cooldown opens you up. Yeah, I would say if you're dual wield, inversion is way better if you're dual wielding. But yes, it is very good. Using Garduck over Thornstinger on my Ranger Rogue Shaman, really leaning into the proc lifestyle. Hell yeah. Just got Fiery Avenger. The Warrens grind was interesting. Listen, the Warrens is really good. People don't understand. People don't get it. They're like, man, you don't go to the Warrens. The Warrens is for stupids. And I'm like, bro, if you go to the Warrens now, you don't have to worry about it later. Ooh, thanks for the videos and streams. Well worth, they are a wealth of information. Impetus444, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it over there on YouTube, dropping the $5 gifty poo. Thank you so much, man. Really does mean a lot to me. Pathing in the Warrens is pretty bad. Sure is, but just think, you can stand still and just auto-kill stuff. So many things. Man, really do appreciate it, Impetus. Genuinely. Thank you so much. Warrens was great, 1 to 10. New player grind, good cash. Yeah, exactly. It's not bad at 10 either. I've actually gone back and done the 10 to 15-ish run there a couple times. I enjoy it. You get the teeth you need to get your deep water faction up, or your heretics faction. You get, because you do those things, you're also getting Karen faction. So you get Karens, you got Erudites, you get Painial people. You also are doing all of the groundwork for your Fiery Avenger and Torrid Corruptor someday. It's just like, I don't know, man. It just seems like it makes sense. I tried to, in my tips video for my legendary lessons, which we'll have another one here very soon. I actually got it all ready to go today, so that should be ready to roll very... I'm going to try and get a couple out, but anyway. So yeah, so the big thing about that is that you don't really think about it, but if you go there and you level up and you do some things there, you're going to actually get quite a bit of the things you need in order to buff yourself up and be strong when you need to. You'll have the money to afford your spells. You'll have all the factions you need to unlock a couple of different races. You'll have all of the stuff you need for the 2 strongest, coolest weapons in the game with fire that everybody and their brother is running around with ornamentations on now. It's just really good. Because the kobolds don't have cool rhymes with orcs and goblins, they just bark. 2 out of 10. Son of a bitch. Last week I saw your stream where you mentioned Earthshaker on level 10 Shaman Pet, something about a delay not being accurate. Yes, user, here you go. This is the way it works, okay? All right. Check it out. All right, so when you're running a Beast Lord, okay? A Beast Lord plus 10, their natural ratio, the pet, is 1.11, okay? 1.11. When you equip an item on your pet, there are 2 formulas that occur. One formula happens first, the other one happens second. The first formula that happens is, does this weapon go higher than my ratio? When it says no, it then punts it to the second portion, the second formula. The second formula says, does the base damage exceed my base damage? If yes, use base damage as my weapon. However, in the event that it uses this, it also uses this damage bonus. So slower means more damage bonus. If in the event that you have a weapon that is 1.11 or higher, it will use both the damage and the delay from that weapon. If it does not, it will only use the damage of a weapon that exceeds its natural base damage. This is one of the reasons when you look at a charmed pet, it doesn't actually see the Earthshaker a lot of the time, because the base damage of a charmed pet is significantly higher than the Earthshaker itself. And the ratio of the charmed pet, their natural attack, is much higher than 1.11. So you can't really hit that number. As a result, one of the things you can do is you can use dual wield on a charmed pet or on a pet that like you don't have the Earthshaker or something with, and you can make sure that they both have procs. It will still proc those weapons. You will also still gain the strength and stamina from this, even if it can't equip this. If you level this item up to plus 10, it actually exceeds 1.11, and your pet will absolutely see that delay. So just be careful of leveling it up. Hopefully that made sense. Do you think Fiery or Torrid is better? They're both very good. Only certain pets can use either one. You obviously have to have Paladin or Shadow Knight in your build, and if you don't have Paladin or Shadow Knight in your build, then you are stuck in a situation where you have to utilize, oh god, whatchamadiggit there, a pet that has Paladin or Shadow Knight, which limits you to the animation and the like Necro or SK pet. Did stuff respawn? Crazy? Oh. Hello there. Check that ring in guild chat. This one? Or the stone metal? Yeah, I've seen this one. The one with all the AC on it. That's actually an earring. Yeah. But it's, I mean, the 25 AC is great, but it's kind of worthless. Plus now fixes Carafaction for evil race deities. Yeah, that's true. True and real. I leveled in Warrens on launch to like 15 and left dipped out in green cladded leather. Ooh, baby. Do you think Fiery? Yeah, they could be better. Your pet cannot proc the Torrid Corruptor, though, just as a heads up. And then like half the stuff that the Fiery Avenger does, your pet can't do. Not to say that they're bad weapons, but I just want you to make sure that you have all the information. You the real EQ legend. Thank you for taking the time to explain again. Much appreciated. Yeah, no worries, man. Hey, Broken, love the videos and streams. Just curious if you're ever going to do anything with range stance. So we actually did a video during, can't remember if it was pre-order beta or if it was closed beta. Yes, I will be doing something with range stance. I actually have a fun challenge build because I know you guys love watching talent creators or content creators that do challenges. So I heard you guys say that earlier, and I want to make sure I do a challenge. And so what we're going to do is we're going to level up a character, and we're going to use nothing but Throwing Boulder. We just have to get the Throwing Boulder to plus 10 first. And we're just going to go from level 10 all the way to 50 using nothing but Throwing Boulder. And it's going to be glorious. And you guys are going to like it, and it's non-optional. You all have to be there. Hey, bro. Yep. It's for my Prince Rupert. Ooh. The negatives go down as the plus goes up. I think someone said like a plus 7 or 8. It was like minus 10. So far this year, one of the reasons it's bad is because I guarantee that you are hitting your soft cap on your AC because of the like all the gear options that exist right now. So because you're hitting your soft cap, you're not seeing anywhere near that level of mitigation gained from wearing that earring. So you're only seeing really the negatives, which just isn't worth it. There's so many good earrings too that you can wear. So I'd watch that, and I hate challenge stuff. Yeah, there you go. That's right. Straight up. Honestly, so there's a couple of weird caveats with range stuff. If you're really interested and you really want to play like a ranger with a bow, the bow does not actually get good until you get like some of the better AA and the better gear for the bow build. But so you kind of have to like push yourself, excuse me, to the late game before you can really even like realize that you're there, like you're in that spot. It's I don't know. I do wish that they would approach that from a slightly different angle, if you were. But it's, I mean, I don't know. They did put some other bows in the game like earlier on, and it's not terrible. I just wish they had added more things sooner. Oh, hello there, Monsieur Revenant. What is going on to you? Super squish, considering for a pet. Yeah. He's a boulder boy. To Quatos Island sewer boy. Listen, you don't know your life unless you run around with big boulders in your hand and you throw them at people. You know? It's like throwing poo, but boulders. It's pretty glorious. I did not like range stance until I had the plus 10 Skybow, a ton of stats and A's, and then it was decent. Yeah. It does a lot of damage, too. It's very viable if you wanted to run that as like a core build. The problem is you have to have all those items in order to make it relevant. And that sucks. Doing 150 average damage with 3 AA to bow damage. Yeah. It does thousands of damage once you get the good stuff. Thousands of damage. It's really, really good. Damfire and MM drops a decent arrow now. Wait, oh yeah, no, that's where I got it. That's where I got it. Yeah, it's okay. It's a little worse than the Glooming Deep, the Gloom arrow. How does mana work? Is it based off your primary class's mana stat? Kraken Hunter, it's actually based off from your 2 highest mana pools. So I'm a Shaman, Mage, Enchanter. And so right now, my wisdom is actually 1 point higher than my intelligence. So it's taking my shaman mana pool and it's adding it to my mage or enchanter mana pool. If you choose to chase only a single stat, like if you just chose to like shove all your points into wisdom, or what would be smarter is if I put all my points into intelligence, it would use the mage and enchanter's mana pool, which is probably the smarter way to go about things. However, I don't really give a shit. I'm only here to test the pet. I'm not here to test the viability of squeezing these 3 classes together, because frankly, I don't think it's a good idea. But, c'est la vie. I like Beast so far, only level 40, but I feel like it's hard to find anything that might go well with it. I mean, if you use it as a slower, like if you plan on leaning on it as a slow class, or it does have access to some cures, you know, obviously the pet buffs are pretty good. There's a lot of different fun things you can get into with it, in my opinion. In my opinion. Oh. Man, am I just like missing the door or like, oh, there he is. Hey there, guy. What's going on? I'm still puzzled why we can't have ults. Well, would you like me to tell you why you can't have ults? Because they say so. There you go. To be honest, plus 10 goes fast. Will be hilarious. Broken. Played the metas, planning to try some jank. Beast, Match, Paladin. Thought about melee with backstab pet. I have all sky weapons. Will that actually work? Oh yeah, of course it'll work. Oh shit, we're level 50. I'm level 50. I'm level 50. Oh no, wait a minute. Now I can't summon a level 48 earth pet. Fuck. Can I like D-level? Is there a way to D-level? I just want to D-level a little bit. Just want to D-level. Delete, start over. God damn it. Incomplete. Oh, that actually upsets me a lot. I wasn't even paying attention. I should have just like left and did it, and that would have been fine. Thank you for the grats. We made it there. What's the best way to gain attack as a paladin, monk, enchanter, or as an ogre? I have lots of strength. Should I be trying to stack really only dex? Dex does not give you any type of bonus to attack. Only strength does, and that's only to offense. So yeah, it's kind of me. Is there a way to D-level? I'd have used D4 before. Yeah, well, there will be eventually. Eventually, you'll be able to do the, whatever, the rebirth system or whatever the hell, reincarnation. It's where you're born again. Yep. You fall right out of your mom. Again, it's pretty exciting. I don't know how they're going to work that all out again, but you know, whatever. That'll be interesting. I'd rather have Luckland models than alts. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why they're doing any of those things. I don't know what is driving it. But we'll see it someday, I'm sure. It'll probably break, and you'll lose all your items. Fair. Probably. They'll be like, oh, remember all your plus 10 spells? You liked those plus 10 pet spells, didn't you? No, they're gone. What if I was born in a test tube, sir? You will be reborn in a test tube, I guess. I don't know. I'm making it up. I don't actually know what'll happen, but I'm sorry. You'll be born. You'll be test tube born again, I guess. I don't know. Your spells were rebirthed as well. Oh. No, you come back here. I was coming. Hey, go, you guy. I'm coming for you. What are you running off to? Come here. I'm fat. You can't run away. Oh, reborn like the Matrix. Ooh. The Matrix. I don't know. Why am I still killing stuff up here? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Something ain't right here. Something ain't right here. Okay. We don't need Togers anymore. We do not need Togers anymore. Where is combat and aim? Just give me this little Puma thing here. Yeah, I don't care. Whatever. I'm just going to sit here and freaking... You shut up. Nobody likes you, okay? Oh, boy. All right. Let's do this. Let's do this, Earth Pet. Come on. We've got Jesus juice to serve. All right. We've got to find... There's got to be some of them out here somewhere. Come on. Oh, is this a boss? Lord of Loathing. Is he up top of this building? No, I don't think so. He is in the building next door. Just make sure there's no chests and no corners. Oh, he's upstairs. That's right. I didn't kill all the guys in the building because I was like, oh, it's not even worth it. All right, that's okay. That's okay. We've got a big opera house place to go and kill things. What are you doing, imp? Is there a point to plus 10? No, not really. Not for you. There's a reason for me because I have to boost all the damn things so you little boosted animals can have all the information that you want and need and love. No. All right, we're going to go up here. Okay. There should still be a couple bosses up here. Oh, Magi Pitasa's up here. Maybe we can get maybe we can get one of them fire staffs that we were talking about. Right? He's right there. Look at him. Look at him. He's got a fire staff in his hands. Okay, pet. All right. Be the hero that I know you can be. Oh, wait. Be the hero I know you can be, all right? In the army. Yeah, that's right. That's right. And then we target ourselves, and we give ourselves Puma as well. Although I didn't use the damn buff. God damn it. Come on, Pitasa. Get fuck. Oh, man. Look at that damage increase on the pet already. Look at him. Look. Oh, my God. Look at the pet. Yeah, get him. Get him. Oh, it went down. It went down. He'll do better with 2 one-handers. We'll get him 2 one-handers. Actually, I think I have the Garduke. Why am I not giving him Garduke? That would actually be, like, pimp. Oh, because I don't have the moats. Damn it. I need to get moats. Oh, this is why we love you, Broken. Hell yeah. Is Puma permabuff? If not, what's the timer? Right now, with no points in it, it is 1 minute and 36 seconds. Very top dog. High gasoline. We'll give him the buff again. Look, he's actually holding aggro now, too. Kind of funny. Kind of funny. Don't you char me. Don't you char me. I'm a good boy. Ow. Jerk. Puma timer is short. A few minutes, yeah. So you're saying +9 Garduke, 1.1 ratio is a top plus... No. Whoa. First of all, Garduke is very good. But not just because, like, Garduke. Okay? Alright. So you're gonna take this right here. Okay? You're gonna take that, and you're gonna stick that inside of this. Okay? And then you're gonna put that on your pet. And you're gonna watch your pet just win the game. Hang on. Alright. Let me see. I don't know if I have the moats to be able to do this right now, but we'll waste... This is precious time I'm wasting right now, okay? I just want you all to know that. Right here, what's happening right now is precious time wasting, because what we're going to do is we're going to create... Where the fuck did I put it? There it is. What we're doing is we're going to have to blow through some moats that we don't really have to blow through. But whatever, we'll make it work. Okay, so let's see, +2, so we need +3s for these. Withdraw, that one will go right up. That's great. And this one will go right up. Great, wonderful. Now +4s. I don't know what we got for +4. We have 10 +4s. Great, great, great. That's plenty. Right. These are pet. These are moats that are preserved for pets, but I don't know, guys. I don't know. All right, there we go. Okay, so then we take Garduk's proc out of Garduk. All right, we take Barbarian Spiritus Hammer, we put it into Garduk. Okay. Then we take Garduk and we put it on pet like this. Okay. And then we take Earthshaker and we stick it somewhere special, like our butt equipment. And then we need to give the pet another weapon, which we'll do... Where is it? Is it out? There it is. We'll give him this one. And then, let's see, what kind of weapons is he? We need a secondary. What's a good secondary? Butt is best pocket. True. If it's a suitcase Dragon Lee, we've got a problem. Fair 20 to 30 leveling zone. Missed, kind of lame. 20 to 30. I've been going to Lower Guk at 20. Zaragoth777, thank you so much for the sub and follow. You absolute sexy beast. Daniel, there's Soul A, there's Lower Guk, there's Split Paw, there's Permafrost, there's... Oh, CT. You could go do CT. Kazakh Thul. Go kill some lizard people. Those guys are jerks. I got Blight out, but I got Blight out for some reason. Okay. So there's all that. We need to find what's a good secondary for you, you little jerk. We're going to use Bloodfire, but I can't remember what the hell I was going to put in there for a proc. Do I just put the Bloodfire proc into the Bloodfire? Whatever, it's fine. Okay, there you go. Bloodfire in the Bloodfire, and then we'll put it on the pet, and then we'll take away 16, 26. Oh, Jesus Christ, 26 AC. Looks like the bracer. All right, cool. And then what we're going to do now is, now that he has these two swords, right? He has two swords. He's got a sword and he's got a little weapon on him right there. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to give him the quick buff real quick. Buff. Once I hit 44, I'm switching to Earth Pet. Is Garduk primary only? Yes, it is it is the Shaman Sky weapon. How's Mage Pet using Shaman only weapons though? No, it can use any weapon that you are or your pet is. So whatever class I am or my pet is, he can wear those things. I don't even care. This isn't about best using whatever. He just took Infusion of Spirit because he loves it. Let's see here. And then we'll go back to damage. And then we'll go see this through. And then I got to put Puma back on my bar. Beep bop boop. Beep bop boop. Beep bop boop 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 boop. Beep bop boop. Beep bop boop. Beep bop boop 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 boop. Beep bop boop. Beep bop boop. We'll take Pacify off. We don't even care. I'll pull all three. Mama didn't raise no bitch. We'll pull that off. We'll put Slow on there. Shiftless Deeds. Okay, we've got those two. We've got this Shield of Lava, and then we'll put Puma in here. Combat Innate. All right. Okay. Oh, hey there. What's going on? You want to be the first victim? Come here. It'll be fine. What could go wrong? Don't worry about it. There. Go hang out with a pet. He's a good strong boy. Ready? Are you guys ready? Beep. Cool. And now the magic happens. Oh, he's resisting a lot of these. What a bastard. Okay, I'm going to show you one thing. That was a 1 Puma? What the fuck? There's another Puma. Golem of Resist. Yeah. Dispel his Sow? Nah. Screw that guy. Hold on. We do gotta make sure. You have Dex, right? What's your Dex at? What's your Dex at, pet? 226. You suck. That. What are the Dex can we feed you? 239. Dex. This doesn't have Dex. Does this have Dex? Dex. Is there pants with Dex? 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 No. Pants? Dex? Dex? Mine? 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 No pants with Dex. What the hell? The Thorny Vine pants have Dex? We just got to load them up with Dex. That's basically what we got to do. But this is basically what you want to do. So you want to load them up with a bunch of Dex. And, ow, you know what? You know what? You know what? Here. I think we got some items on us that probably have a lot of Dex. Nope, not that one. Ooh. Here, take this. Take this, pet. 248. All right, let's see if he has a better time here. Okay. We are going to do some amazing magical things. I just took my freaking spell haste off me. Whatever, we don't care. Take the Puma. Take it. It's not a Puma. You test pet DPS on mage. Some of them. We've done some of them. Okay, we're just going to pull this guy with over channel. There we go. Get him slowed. Get you slowed too, you little jerk. Yeah, there you go. That's doing 252 DPS, guys. That's doing 252 DPS. Just an earth pet. Just doing 252 DPS. No big deal. Oh, it's going down to 176, 180, 172. Dying down. Sad part is you can get it better too. Divine. Golem of Resist. He is a jerk. Puma. It's not a Puma. There we go. I think his root casting is gimping his DPS. Oh yeah, no, for sure, for sure. I mean, here, hold on. Hang on then. See, the only problem is my water pet isn't leveled up yet. But we could do the water pet. We could do the water pet. I genuinely wish we could disable our pets from casting spells. Same. Same. Give me a sec. Kill the damn cleric, you slowbie. What the hell's your problem? 50 seconds on Puma. It's not a Puma. Oh, the other thing is you want to level Puma up, too. Puma's a really good spell to level up. Does proc hold not work on mage pets? No. Also, proc hold doesn't work, period. Or give him a list of casts that we can pick. Yeah, that would be really nice, but probably would break the space-time continuum. So we don't ask for them to break the space-time continuum because that's just bad. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how the space-time continuum. Look at the Puma there you go. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. Dude's a monster. Would be cool to have access to pet spell gems. Then we could just remove the pet's mem spells if we don't like them. Fair. To 10, you get additional procs, and it does additional damage. Every 2 ranks Puma boon. Yep. Longer duration. Yeah, the duration is another big thing. Don't break the continuum transfunctioner. Yeah, it's true. It's true, noob. Oh, thank you. I wasn't sure if it was... Yeah, yep. I mean, it does expand the time, too, which is really good. Oh. Get him, pet. Get him. Get him. Get him, pet. Podium. He did. I done tell you he did. All right, we don't need... Well, we'll take this, I guess. Get rid of this. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to get rid of you. Goodbye. See you later, bud. We will load up... This pet is not going to be of high enough level, but that's not going to be as big of a deal. Water, 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 water. Plus 10 with the buff extension. It's like 3 minutes, so you can just cast it once a fight. Yeah. Yeah, that's nice. So I can use the staff for this one. Okay. So we'll use the water staff for this pet. Super dumb. Just want to reiterate that these focus items are insanely stupid. Okay, and then we'll switch over to this one, and then... Okay, all right. We're ready. I'm telling you again, Air Pet is the only one that works. I don't know why. It is not the only one that works. They all do different things. I love you so very much. I have literally tested. They just all do different things. Also, there's just it's literally the coding and the way that they trigger and the way that they read the spells. Like he's getting +2 levels. Like he's 42 instead of like you see how he's got this, and it's because the spell isn't leveled up at all. Like he's getting the bonus because I haven't put a single point, like a single level into it. So it's actually acting the way that it's supposed to right now. Buff the pet. Don't leave him naked. We'll buff him in a second. We just gotta wait for that buff. He'll be fine. Like look, he's gonna be a-okay. We're gonna give him a little swift like wind. We'll give him a little burnout, pet haste. Oh, spirit quickening. I think that's shit though. Burnout 3. No thorny vine is whiz. Oh, boo. I don't know. What about the monk pants? Or monk pants decks? Gotta be something out there. Decks. Oh wait. I wonder if the rogue pants are decks. Are the rogue pets dicks? All right, here we go. Here we go. Commence murder. This is what I'm talking about too. Make sure you always turn the back of the mob to the water pet for great success. This is how you win. All right, there we go. Get in there. And we load him up with dots. Oh no, don't this guy. Not that guy, this guy. Jesus, for the love of Christ. Come on. How's he holding out? Oh, because I gave him taunt. Whoops. Oh, that's my bad. I forgot to turn taunt off. That's my bad. It's my bad. Unless you're in D4 and you're going to get perma-rooted, then Godspeed. True and real. He might not even be able to land hits. These might be too high for him. Yeah, he's struggle bussing. Stab him in the butt. Let's see what he's doing. Oh no! You know what else? You know what else I didn't even think about? He probably can't even proc it, can he? Oh, it's level 30. He should be procking that fine. He can't proc that one though. That's dumb. How much hit points did the staff give your water pet? I don't know because I don't know what his base is. Gave him 2 levels. I mean, here. Boop, 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 boop. Let's see here. Oh, fuck my inventory. God, now I'm gonna have to test freaking all these pets. I'm gonna have to spend like 15 years getting moats. 15 years lost in the mines just to get moats to level pets. All right. Don't forget Frenzied Burnout too, by the way, guys. Frenzied Burnout. D4 more farming. Let's go. Nope. I'm good. D4 mode farming sounds poopy, but sounds like butthole. But we do also have a bunch of classes we got to level. I do need to get Necromancer up now. So we've got Enchanter, Magician. We just leveled 3 classes at once, in addition to the other one. So now we have 6 classes up. And we will probably need to level all the rest of them slow style. Like one at a time. Perma-frenzied burnout. Yeah. Until the mob has DS. What do you mean? It'll be fine. I'm too lazy to level. Only leveled my main trio. Fair. Let's see here. Storage. Dragon's Horde. Ethereal Mist Bracers. I'm sorry, you're going to have to watch this for a second while I get room in my inventory. Oh, wait. Frickin' same goddamn item, motherfucker. Andrew, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Boop. Boop. There we go. That's Umbral. That's Lustrious. Okay, that's not the same thing. We just need to make sure that we're not putting the same goddamn thing in there. Lustrious Helmet. Lustrious Helmet. We've got one right here. Put that in there. Ooh, nice. Fancy. Level 3 Lustrious Helmet. Nice. Vermiculated Crown. I have been saving the Vermiculated just because I do feel like maybe if someday I decide to buy like ornamentations, maybe Vermiculated would be a cool one that nobody does. You know? It's just one of them things that like nobody's really going to get into. So maybe we can like sneak our way in there and make it all bright and shiny and smell good or something. I don't fucking know. I don't even know what I'm saying, guys. Vermiculated arm plates. Let's see here. If I wanted to spend money, that would be my pick. Green chain, yeah. I almost did the thorned ivy stuff, you know, because like that's the same thing. Like you get that bright green out of that one. Shadow Rage. Close these. Okay, what do we got here? Thorny Vine. I don't know if I have Thorny Vine. Thorny Vine. Thorny Vine. Yep. All right. I'm just opening up a backpack so I can move all the items in there. Don't need to do a bunch of these. Umbral. There we go. And now we have a backpack to put all his pet stuff in. Whee! Okay. And he doesn't actually buff himself, which is nice. So we don't have to go through a bunch of bull crap. Okay, so he has 5470, guys. 5470. This pet has 5470 health with the staff. 5470. And then when we tell him to get bent, and then we summon him again without the staff. Discord. It's under Solar K. It's under this. Socials. Like that. Which is actually helpful anyway, because we're actually past our normal stop time. But we're going to do this first. 74. 5470, 5470, and drumroll. Yeah, I gave like 375 health. Should I be using one-handed or two-handed weapons with my charm pet? Oof. Probably doesn't matter. What depends on, are you level 50 Admiral Peaches? Are you what are you doing with your life? What are you doing with your life? Are you level 50? Are you charming like sky mobs? Yeah, max level. Okay. So you probably want dual wield. And you just want to use, you're not going to use the stats at all on the weapons. You're basically just going to use whatever looks cool, and you're going to put exaltations in them that are going to help you. I don't know if you target farm your charm stuff, but like rogues obviously are the best. And, you know, you get a rogue shaman, that could be crazy. Just but so bizarre how much more health Air Pet gets. Okay, level 44 Earth Pet to 4 with the moats I have, and he's got some balls. There you go. Nice. Look at this guy. Look at this. Just two. Man, you're not wearing any pants. I don't know if anybody told you, but you need to put some pants on, boy. Boy, I done told you to put your pants on. My God, I've got inventory nightmare to deal with. We got so much stuff. Here's the problem though, is even if the air pet has that much more health, he would need over 3,000 more health than the earth pet in order to be better than the earth pet. And that sucks. The earth pet blocks more than the air pet. Parried, riposted. It does more damage than the air pet. It's unfortunate. I mean, it seems like twins. We got the same smile. Got the same smile. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah. When we parsed it out, like it's unfortunate because like the air pet could be really good. I don't know. My earth pet took more damage at 49 than my air pet. In the exact same gear. And they're both leveled up. Just letting it beat on mobs. Oh, no gear. Oh. I don't know. I tested it quite a bit against a level 51 warrior mob. The warrior pet blocked over double the amount that the air pet did. So that was interesting. Because we were basically, I was trying to test the whole, like, everybody's like, oh, the air pet is the super tank pet now. And I was like, what? Like, how does that work? So I went and I tested it. And that was what we landed on. But we'll test it more. I'll look at it. I'll put like some hours into it. We'll see. My earth pet would get to like 50, 60% health, and my air pet was always at 80% or so. So, you know what doesn't make sense about that, though? Is your earth pet will heal itself. And your air pet can't heal itself. What were you fighting? Eight mobs in D1. Yeah, I don't know. I put the earth pet and the air pet against the exact same mob, and the earth pet came out 3,000 health. Well, came out over 3,000 health in one of the parses, and then in the other two parses, it came back 3,000 health ahead of the air pet. It could be that the air pet has better evasion. Hang on. I know a lot. There's like some rumor going around that the air pet has like better skills than the earth pet, but that we didn't. I don't really think that was true either. So let's see here. Earth. It does have better evasion, but it's not by much. Stun is natively a lot of damage mitigation, but the damage mitigation doesn't matter when things are stun immune. Doesn't matter if it doesn't reflect in the parse. As I'm leveling mage, should I always use the highest pet? No. You should use as you're leveling, you should use like if you earth or water are the most typical ones to use. If you're going to have your pet tank, use earth. If you're going to basically if you're going to turn the mob so your pet can backstab it, use water. Water will be the highest damage. Fire runs out of mana too quickly. Air pet does have stun, but it's It's kind of unreliable. Like if you pull more than one target, it'll get chewed up quickly. Zitty. Fire equal paper. Yeah, paper with no mana bar. Paper with no mana bar. Anywho, folks, I do have to go eat and say goodnight to my wife and do all my husbandly duties. It is that time. Current Warclare Monk, Beast for a third, something else, and why? No, man, do Beast. War Cleric, Beast. Yeah, no, that's fine. I think it's fine. Also, Sleaze Master, are you doing that because they were so good on a certain other server that we used to play on? Is that what you're doing? You thought, man, Bloodlust and Rage of Ralazek, and it's going to be crazy, and then there's no proc buffs. Feelings. Anyway, yeah. I mean, literally anything. With Warrior Cleric, you could literally add anything. And if you add anything with a slow, it'll be that much better. You could do Shaman, you could do Enchanter, you could do pretty much anything. So yeah. Anywho, love you guys. You're beautiful human beings. If you're not already, please consider following us on Facebook, on TikTok, on YouTube, on Kick, on Twitch, on, whatever. OnlyFans, OnlyFeets, OnlyBeards, whatever. No, I'm not on any of those places. Feel free to join the Discord. I do post information if you guys have questions or anything like that. If you're interested in joining the guild, please feel free. Message someone in the guild. Anybody can invite. You can also message us in the Discord. There are people hanging out, talking, playing, grouping, all that fun stuff. Definitely appreciate every single one of you guys following, subscribing, the donos today. Very thankful. Much appreciated. It really, really means a lot to me. And I do really genuinely enjoy doing some of this research and sharing that information with you. I love you all. I hope you have a truly fantastic night. And we'll be back tomorrow, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Be careful. Be safe. Make sure you don't, get into any trouble between now and then. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. I'll see you later.